Good.
Good morning, everyone. Kia ora koutou katoa and morena. Apologies for the delay in the start of this hearing. We have some technical issues. Murphy's Law is kicked in this morning around sound. Hopefully this has all been resolved for the rest of today. The panel has got information around the panel members online, so if you want to find out more about us, we're on the hearing portal. Today is primarily around the urban environment, but we do have a couple of other issues to address too. The agenda is fairly simple today. We will start with the reporting officers talking to the Section 42A reports, and in particular if there's any changes in views, facts, opinions that have arisen since the reports were released. We've lost half an hour, which is a bit unfortunate, but that's how it works. But we do have plenty of time for further questions and further discussions with the reporting officers later today. So that's before lunch. And we might change lunch a little bit, shorten it a bit, just to make up for lost time this morning. Other than that, we have Livingston Properties coming in person and in Zoom at 10 a.m. and Bill McGregor coming in at 10:30. We have the Motor Caravan Association for a short presentation at 11:15 and back to reporting officers. After lunch, we have Waka Kotahi presenting to us, Kāinga Ora at 3 o'clock. We have arranged for all the various noise experts, people giving evidence either as a non-noise expert or as a planner, to be online together from 4:30-ish, so that we may ask questions of all of the noise experts and planners around that. And at 5 p.m. today, we are due to turn back to the reporting officers and let them respond to any matters they've heard. We presume we may have to adjourn the hearing for written rights of reply, so that they have time to fully digest what's been heard and discuss. And there is the possibility that we may direct through a minute things like expert conferencing, legal advice, or further information to assist the panel, as that's what this hearing is all about, to assist the panel in understanding what the issues are and what the possible solutions are. And we may not have that all today. We may have to have further information. In terms of hearing protocols, we were in a mixed hearing situation, partly in person and partly in Zoom. So in person, the key thing is cell phones, putting cell phones on silent, don't interrupt us. Hearings are held fairly informally. There's no cross-examination. The panel asks questions, and that's how it works online as well. For online, if you're presenting to us or asking questions, please, if you can, put your camera on so we may see you in person as much as we can. That'd be great. We have chat function turned off because previous hearings, not this one, but other hearings I've experienced, some people sort of inadvertently use the chat system to sort of interrupt during people's presentations, so that's been muted. This is being recorded and will go up online, being posted up online, so the submitters who can't attend or have chosen not to attend today can sit in and listen to the hearing. With that, are there any questions or points people want to make? Okay, I won't say any more other than to turn to the reporting officers just to speak to the report. So Janine, I think you're first up. So you're the author of the report for the urban environment.
Yes.
So one thing I should mention is that between submitters and reporting officers, we will just pause for a minute or two to enable the technology and the transfer and Zoom to work, and for the panel to make sure they have the right bits of paper in front of them to listen to. So thank you. Sorry, Janine. Okay.
Yes, good morning. My name is Janine Kidd-Smith and I am the reporting officer for the Section 42A report on the urban environment. As set out in my report, I am Principal Planner and Director of Sage Planning, Hawke's Bay Limited, and I hold a Master of Regional Resource Planning at from the University of Otago, and I am an accredited commissioner with chair endorsement through the Ministry for the Environment Making Good Decisions program. I've been a practicing planner for over 30 years, working in local government and as a consultant. The Operative District Plan, the urban environment in the Central Hawke's Bay District currently falls within the residential zone, and that covers residential areas of Waipokoro and Waipawa. And also the urban environment includes the Business 1 zone and the Business 2 zone. There's also a township zone in the operative plan, which comprises the rural settlements of Alsthorpe, Ongaonga, Otani, Poronaho, Takapo, and Tikakino, and the coastal settlements of Karako, Manakuri, Kiriri, Blackhead, and Pairahi. As part of the district plan review, an early decision was made to separate out the rural-based townships from the coastal ones. As such, Alsthorpe, Ongaonga, Otani, Poronaho, Takapo, and Tikakino form part of the proposed plan's urban environment, and they are contained within the settlement zone. There are 20 submitters and 7 further submitters relating to the urban environment topic. There are 221 original submission points and 74 further submission points received on the provisions relating to this topic. So of those original submission points, 74 of them are in support. And in the report, I have grouped the submissions under 9 issue headings, or key issue headings. As a broad summary, the matters in contention in relation to the matters I have reported on include the removal of fire stations from Schedule 8, which is a schedule of identified community facilities, provision for community corrections facilities as discretionary activities, not permitted activities, in the general residential zone and the settlement zone, removal of electricity safety distance provisions applying to activities within the vicinity of overhead electric lines in the commercial zone and the general residential zone, removal or reduction in restrictions, including setbacks and noise provisions on land use activities locating adjacent to roads, including the state highway network and the railway corridor in the commercial zone and the general residential zone. Request to increase the maximum height of buildings in the general industrial zone, the commercial zone and the general residential zone. Provision for emergency service activities, fire hose, drying towels and firefighting water supply in the general industrial zone, commercial zone, general residential zone and settlement zone. Provision for emergency aviation movements within the commercial zone. Provision for educational facilities with a larger gross floor area as permitted activities in the general residential zone and the settlement zone. Ensuring screening of outdoor storage does not obscure emergency or safety signage or obstruct access to emergency service response facilities in the general industrial zone, commercial zone and settlement zone. provision for new noise sensitive activities within the air noise boundary or out of control boundary of the Waipokoro Aerodrome, which is in the general industrial zone, as a non-complying activity instead of it being prohibited as proposed. Provision for residential development as a permitted activity subject to compliance with performance standards within the commercial zone. Provision for residential intensification in the general residential zone, and provision for camping grounds in the general industrial zone and commercial zone, and a request to rename the commercial zone to town centre zone. So I note that there were submissions relating to relocated buildings, but this will be addressed as part of the miscellaneous section 42A report, which will be for hearing stream 6. You've read the submitted statements of evidence and submissions and further submissions relating to this topic. Both Kaingaora and Heritage New Zealand identified that my recommendation to correct an error in standard comms standard 2.1 for the commercial zone, where the standard should have referred to maximum instead of minimum setback for buildings from road boundaries, was not reflected in the list of recommended changes on page 64 of my report, and it was not included in the track changes version of the commercial zone chapter that's appended to my report. So I acknowledge that this was an oversight by me, and I confirm that it was my intention that that change be made to the standard. A substantive part of the evidence received on this topic is from Kaingaora. Kaingaora generally supports several of my recommendations as set out in paragraph 3.6 of Mr. Campbell's planning evidence, but there remain some matters of disagreement, which Mr. Campbell also discusses in his evidence. Evidence was also received from Araputama Department of Corrections, from Livingston Properties Limited, Fire and Emergency New Zealand, Heritage New Zealand, Horticulture New Zealand, Forest and Bird, Rocket Kotahi from the New Zealand Transport Agency. Araputama Department of Corrections states in their letter table for the hearing that they support all of the section 42A report recommendations on their submission points. Mr. Mackay, planner for Livingston Properties Limited, considers that the section 42A report recommendations on their 2 further submission points, which were in relation to 2 submissions by Kaingaora, are appropriate. Fire and Emergency New Zealand consider that overall there is a good level of agreement with the section 42A report recommendations, and they refer to the direction from the hearing panel for them as an outcome of hearing stream 1 and the reporting officer to work together to develop suggested provisions for firefighting water supplies across relevant zones. Fire and Emergency supports the reporting officer's recommended amendment to the definition of emergency service activities in relation to the 42A report and district-wide matters for temporary activities. Heritage New Zealand is comfortable with the report's recommendations on their submission and further submission points regarding the commercial zone. Horticulture New Zealand accepts and supports the report's recommendations on the urban environment. Forest and Bird has not raised any issues in relation to my recommendations. And Rocket Kotahi's evidence does not relate to my section 42A report. It only relates to noise matters, which will be addressed by Ms. Morgan. So to conclude, I anticipate that the panel may have some questions for me following the submitted presentations and over the course of the hearing. With regard to the outstanding matters, so it's really just those primarily relating to Kaingaora and the remaining concerns they have. I am considering how I will respond, but it is my request at the moment that I would like to reserve my response for that, my full response for that, for the right of reply, which I will prepare after the hearing, as I'd like to hear first Kaingaora's further submissions today, and also the questioning from the panel that might come out of, and what might come out of those discussions. So following this hearing, I will provide the panel with a formal written reply on the urban environment matters raised during the hearing, where additional commentary is requested by the panel, and or where there are matters raised where a response would be helpful to the panel.
Thank you. And have there been any corrections, amendments or other changes since the reports were issued in terms of the recommendations?
No, not at this point. My confirmation that about the recommendation didn't flow through to the track changes.
Okay, I think we'll take this opportunity for the panel, and I should have said one of our panel members, Pip Byrne, is self-isolating at home at the moment. She's nearly at the end of it, but for safety reasons, she's zooming in, so she's here virtually and will be part of the panel in terms of questions. So just let everybody know that. But I think it would be a good chance. There may be some broader questions to ask you just prior to particularly Kainga Ora submission, just to get some thinking going on that, if that's all right. So turn to the panel.
I've got a couple of questions. Okay. Janine, just on your, and yeah, they're sort of upper level questions because I tend to agree. I want to have a conversation with Kainga Ora. Won't get into too much details, but a couple of points. In paragraphs 4.32 and 4.3, I think it is. You talk about the NPS urban development. And while we understand it doesn't apply to our townships, we note that both yourself and Kainga Ora have suggested that we refer to the objectives and policies. Note that the council should have regard to the long-term approach of the NPS UD. Now, I've asked this of other report writers. Given it technically doesn't apply, what sort of weight does should the panel have give to have regard to the NPS UD in your opinion?
Well, it certainly enables and encourages the council to have regard to it, to the objectives and policies, and in my opinion, we have done that. There was quite a substantive report that I prepared that was appended to the Urban Environment Section 32A report, and that was around the Household Growth Response report that was released in November 2020. So that report looked at the NPS for urban development. Might need to sort of refer to the exact sort of objectives or policies, or just keep it sort of fairly high level.
Do you want to put those in your right of reply?
I can do that, certainly. So what I can say is that we certainly had regard to those objectives and policies, and then flowing down from that, of course, in terms of the hierarchy of strategic planning documents, statutory planning documents, is the regional policy statement, and within that we have actually sort of highlighted that in the proposed plan at the very sort of start of the urban form and development chapter, which talks about sort of what we need to achieve by way of urban development within the region. So in that report that I referred to about the household growth, there was high-level residential development capacity analysis that was undertaken by Veros as part of that, and it formed part of the integrated spatial plan that was released in 2021. And well, actually, no, it was 2020, September 2020. And as part of that, that high-level development capacity analysis looked at what the three towns, so Waipokoro, Waipama, Otani, what their capacity was for within the existing residential zone boundaries for to accommodate projected household growth. And as part of that projected household growth over the next 30 years was identified through work that was done by Squillian's economists. So as an outcome of sort of looking at that, the crux of it was that the report identified that there was, of the total undeveloped land within the existing urban boundaries, that there was theoretical capacity for infill development, household development to occur, household growth, and that within the existing boundaries of the three towns, there was over 4 times the total projected number of new households that could be accommodated within those areas to the year 2031. So that meant that as such, only, and this is looking at the high end of the household projections, only 20% of the minimum theoretical capacity for infill development would need to be available to accommodate all projected household growth over the 10-year life of the district plan. So that means that even with those existing projections for household growth that were identified by Veros for the ISP at that time, there was more than sufficient capacity within 10 years. And even if it's higher than what was projected, there is still a good buffer there for accommodating it. Of course, Veros identified that the single largest issue for yielding projected household growth was infrastructure servicing, and I refer to that in my Section 42A report. So recognise that the council needed to do some work around detailing what infrastructure needs to be done and where, and for council to plan for investment to yield growth and achieve the Project Thrive outcomes of smart growth, durable infrastructure and environmentally responsible development. So with that in mind, I mean, the whole household growth report really starts with the UD and the objectives and policies of that, then looking through to the RPS and then what that means for Central Hawke's Bay and the existing urban areas.
Just up on your point about the report contemplating for the 10 years of the plan. Just having a quick look at the NPSUD, when it contemplates long term, how long is it contemplating? Is it within the 10 years or further?
It's further, I think it's further.
So how does that reflect in terms of your suggestion that we contemplate the objectives, etc.? If they're contemplating longer than 10 years and the report you're providing is contemplating 10 years?
Well, the report was contemplating through to 2030, 2031. And it recognised that, so there was certainly within the next 10 years, so that's the life of the plan. So that's sort of your first test, is that have we at least got the capacity for that time frame? Definitely, with plenty of room to move, subject to ensuring council can get the infrastructure in place to support that growth within the existing urban areas. So then the proposed plan goes a step further by identifying, recognising that there are some potential areas for greenfield urban growth if demand exceeds what's projected within the life of the plan. There is the ability, and it's indicated where council might look for, in which areas council might look to expand urban boundaries to accommodate future growth demand. So we haven't said exactly where that would go because there's a whole lot of work that has to be done to support that in terms of geotech, infrastructure planning, structure planning. But I think the plan goes as far as it can by at least identifying where we consider that could be a good place for that development to occur. And that has come out of the work that was done for the ISP.
That's fine. You'll appreciate I'll probably be asking Kai or Order the same sort of question in terms of their perspective seems to be more in line with the NPS and much further out. My next question was in terms of, and it's at paragraph 5.37 and 5.317. I talk about consultation. and the community's perspective of maintaining and enhancing the existing character. Can you give us a bit more detail about how the consultation was undertaken and a bit more detail about what the perspective was of the community, given we're getting a, the Kāinga Order big picture perspective of what Central Hawke's Bay could look like? What is the community saying in terms of what they're wanting?
Okay, so at the beginning of the district plan review process, Sage Planning, we did a scoping exercise. So, and part of that was drawing on a whole lot of work the council had already done ahead of that through the Project Thrive. And there were a number of issues that had been highlighted by the community as part of that process. So that was our starting point. And we also spoke with council staff and some of the key stakeholders about what they saw were the issues. So that scoping report really was a sort of a collective pulling all together the information that we had at that time about what people saw were the issues with the plan. From there, we worked on drafting up the proposed plan, doing the draft district plan, and then that was put out to a whole community consultation program where people were invited to meet, come to meetings. The council, the subcommittee and that were involved in the district plan review and the consultants working on the plan review attended a number of public meetings. So there was a whole lot of feedback. Plus there were formal written submissions that people provided as, well, not formal, but written submissions on the draft plan that came in as well. There were also some informal hearings held where people could present to the subcommittee, the district plan review as well. And that gave us, council staff and the subcommittee members the opportunity to question some of those people around what their concerns were and better understand them. So from there, we worked on finalising the proposed plan ready for notification. So what really came out of a lot of that process was what was shown to us was that generally people were happy with the operative plan provisions, if we're talking about the residential zones, but also the commercial. There was just really some tweaking that needed to be done, and to bring up some of the provisions just to better sort of recognise planning practice, to update them. And in terms of sort of character and amenity, there wasn't, people seemed to be happy. The community and the feedback that we received was that I think they were happy with the existing character of the townships and that the operative plan provisions would generally seem to be working well. So in recognising that, and I think this is something perhaps that been raised with Kāinga Ora and their desire for intensification, that already, so the minimum or the residential density standards and minimum lot size for the residential zone, for example, is already quite low. It's one residential unit per 350 square metres of net site area. And while there perhaps hasn't been a lot of development down to that level of density in the district, certainly since the operative plan came operative in 2003, there's always been that ability for that to occur. So just the very fact that it hasn't occurred doesn't mean that it's not part of the character and amenity that's anticipated by the operative plan and now anticipated by the proposed plan.
So you'll appreciate what I'm trying to get at is we do have this sort of overarching comment from Kāinga Ora. It's not in yours, I think it's in response to on strategic direction about their perspective of, say, Central Hawke's Bay, the world. I mean, we can look at that, but did the community at all in their consultation have a perspective on, what they're looking for in terms of, they don't suddenly want Waipawa, but like Hamilton, Auckland, suddenly to connect to Waipokoro or those sort of things? Do they want infill to the extent that Kāinga Order is suggesting in terms of, you know, at what point is the character of the urban environment in Central Hawke's Bay as contemplated by Kāinga Order not within the context of what the community is wanting, or are they neutral, or did you not get any feedback on that?
From the
Understand what I
community. Yeah, I mean, there was no, in my opinion, and I think that might be, from all of us preparing the plan, there was no push to significantly change
What is
in
place?
Yeah, and recognising in that there is the ability to have development at a higher density under the operative and provisions anyway. The very fact that people may not have taken that up because perhaps there's not a desire or demand for it, but nevertheless that is sort of recognised in what would be accepted as part of the character that is allowed by the current plan provisions. So it was sort of really, it was more of the same, but with some tweaking. There were sort of some implementation issues with some of the rules, standards. Yeah.
I'm thinking Kate's got a follow
Yeah,
up.
just to follow up from that, how big a part did the consultation during the ICP, the Integrated Spatial Plan, form that conclusion that you came to of more of the same?
Yes, there was quite a lot of consultation or some very targeted workshops, key stakeholders as part of that whole ISP process. And we, as the planners, were also involved in that, but just as alongside everyone else. We didn't have any special sort of influence in that. We were just there to add to the mix with everyone else. They did have a close look at Otani and whether that should be intensified, but I think the feedback that came from that was really Otani is a sort of it is a settlement, and there is again that sort of character that the residents that attended those meetings from Otani were happy with the way things are. One of the outcomes as part of the district plan process as well was this. Under the operative plan for Otani, they have a minimum lot size of 350 square metres. That's been increased to 600 square metres in the proposed plan. And that was recognising that the 300, even though there hadn't been development really down to that level of density generally in Otani, that people sort of want, that it seemed to be out of alignment with where people were seeing that sort of environment, residential environment. So the 600 was really a better reflection of what's there and where the demand seemed to be at that point.
And with regards to the integrated spatial plan, that you believe that clearly identified that there were the infill was desired, but we had 4 times, I think you said 4 times total projected number that we could accommodate in those areas to 2031?
Yeah, but it's also recognising that there are some other elements that we have to consider as well. For example, not expanding urban development onto highly productive rural land, the efficient use of existing infrastructure, not just roads, but all services and roads and those existing things within the urban environment that you should look to utilise those first before you then start to go outside those existing boundaries. So the capacity exercise that was undertaken by Veros in terms of what capacity of infill development could occur took into account what we were proposing by way of the provisions at that stage, and they haven't changed. And they identified that really probably the only, apart from the increase in the minimum lot size in Otani, that really the only other significant thing that was changing was that the minimum access width was going to increase from 3 metres to 4 metres. So it was very current, and what's happened since then wouldn't affect that by way of what's in the proposed plan.
Thank you. I see our next submitter is here, so we'll pause the questions at this point in time and return when do we choose? Just about 11:30, I think. So we'll just pause for a couple of minutes to allow the next submitters to come up to the bench, so to speak, and to have all the things corrected, and we've got the right paperwork in front of us. So. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, to take a. Yes, absolutely.
Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Philip Mackay taku ingoa. On behalf of Livingston Properties Limited, I'll just introduce Bill Livingston and Chris Schumann, and Andrew Taylor's on the Zoom link. So Andrew's with Surveying the Bay, and he's prepared concept plans. So this submission is really about a rezoning, which we understand is in stream 6 or hearing 6. So in terms of today's agenda, there were 2 further submissions that Livingston Properties have made, and they related to the issue of retirement villages in the general residential zone and to the urban form and development chapter. So you have my written evidence, which I presume I can take as read, and we'll be happy to answer any questions on that. So I'll just give a very brief overview, and then ask Bill and Chris just to talk a little bit about their property and reason for involvement here. So the 2 further submissions both related to the Kaingaora submission. So Kaingaora opposed in general the urban form and development chapter, and so we lodged a further submission in opposition to that, because we as Livingston Properties support the urban form and development chapter. It basically identifies in the map of the future growth areas for Waipukaro, it identifies the land at 96 Mount Herbert Road as a future growth area, because it's identified in the integrated spatial plan as such. And our view is that the objectives and policies in the urban form and development chapter are appropriate, because the Livingston Properties land at 96 Mount Herbert Road, we believe basically is consistent with those objectives and policies in terms of a future rezoning area, and obviously we'll talk about that at hearing 6 when we come to the rezonings. So the other side of this submission was on retirement villages, where Kaingaora asked for them to be a restricted discretionary activity, and we supported that simply because it's one rung easier than a discretionary activity. And in the concept plan that Livingston Properties have for their land, there is a specific part of the land that would be ideal for retirement villages. So as you'll see in my evidence, we haven't really pushed the point. We've accepted the recommendation in the Section 42A report that retirement villages are still provided for as a discretionary activity. So we're comfortable with that. But it is important that retirement villages are provided for. So that's the overview to why we're here today. I'll just now ask Phil and Chris to offer any comments and just briefly introduce their overall concept plan for the land, recognising this isn't the rezoning hearing, but just as an introduction, but to specifically comment on the retirement village issue, and then we'll be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Philip. So Chris and I, just very quick overview. Chris and I started up a business relationship 20 years ago, and we've been in property investment for that time. Our first foray into Central Hawke's Bay was about over 4 years ago, when we did a 26 lot subdivision at Otani. And interesting to hear you talk about Otani there with the minimum lot size proposal of 600 metres. So we urban subdivision, the minimum lot size was 900. So we certainly agree with the settlement village focus, and that's what we were particularly proud of. We brought in 26 new families, supported the school and the little infrastructure down there, and we're particularly proud of what we think we achieved down there. 2.5 years ago, we bought a land at Mount Herbert Road, and we haven't just flown in and thought we'd put a subdivision together. We've been studying this aspect for over 2.5 years, and we've looked at every angle. We've asked ourselves many times in our discussion groups, what should a modern subdivision look like? And so we've got in consultants that chewed this question over many a time, and we think part of a modern subdivision is to integrate retirement village aspect into the hustle and bustle of other families living there. There's nothing, it'd be nice to have older people living in a happy, bustly environment. And that's why we've identified about 4 to 5 hectares on this side of Mount Herbert Road that is all north facing. It's not boring flat land, it's undulating. It's got great connectivity to the town. It's literally 5 minutes down to the town. It's already connected with walkways. This proposal that we've got has a lot of walkways and little cycleways. So if you just, that's this area in here that we identified as a potential retirement village. We've got 2 main avenues, and we've specifically put in connectivity through the parkways and walkways so that it would be easy access into the town. So that's why we've come here today, just to give you a little overview of why we're supporting this retirement village aspect. Chris. Thank you very much for meeting us today. Yeah, I haven't really got much more to add to that other than we're trying to sort of get away from, certainly in the retirement village area, from this sort of battery farming type, what appears to be, we're seeing a lot of up in Hastings. And there's a good example down in Waikanae, Paraparam of a retirement village, Woodlands, where there's trees, there's room, there's scope to walk and sort of create a bit of a community. And that's really how we see not only the whole subdivision, but certainly feel there's a lot of people that retire from Central Hawke's Bay that move to Havelock or Hastings. That's become pretty unaffordable now, but we think that we could create something here that is attractive, given the locality of the land and the fact that we've got as much land to do what we like with. So thanks very much.
And does Andrew want to say anything? No. Okay, thank you. I should say one of our Commissioner members are at home self-isolating at the moment, so they're listening in and can ask questions by Zoom as well. So There you go. Questions from the panel? No?
Sorry, coming. Just a couple. Have you seen the evidence from Kāinga Ora that we presented to us today?
Yes, I have. Yes,
Is there anything in there, evidence that changes your perspective at all in terms of the statement that you provided for us that we should know about?
no, Commissioner. So I have reviewed that evidence, and my understanding is that for both of our points of further submission, just as I have in my evidence, the Kāinga Ora planner has also largely accepted the Section 42A author's report on those 2 points. So I took it that they weren't actually contesting now the urban form and development chapter, because they had a general submission of opposing that as a whole, and they haven't given any evidence, trying to pursue that. And similarly on the retirement village issue, their evidence on my reading accepts that a discretionary activity status still provides for retirement villages.
Okay, and you may have heard, I'd be interested in sort of more of a generalised question. I was asking the report writer around some of the community engagement that the report writers had about the perspective of urban development within Central Hawke's Bay and what the community might be saying. Some of the work that you've done, is there anything you could help us with in terms of any of the perspectives that you've been hearing from the community about what they're wanting in Waipawa or Tane Waipukaro? Is there anything at all? Just if there isn't, that's fine.
Probably in general, a good quality urban development. People from this area can stay in this area. I've been looking and asking for 2.5 years. So you fear from it?
Yes, yeah.
I think maybe too, one thing we learned from the Otani subdivision, with people want to get out of the big places and live in a community again. They want to know the person at the store and the school teachers and the neighbours, and that's why we put covenants in down there, so we didn't put big fences around them and try to create a community. And that really gave us the confidence to come down here.
Okay, very helpful. Andrew, did you have any comments that you wanted to add to that? Mindful you're sitting on a screen.
He's never this quiet.
One of the things that Dr. Chris talked about from the early days was how they wanted a development that presented to Central Hawke's Bay some of the options that exist through Havelock North, where there's a lot of popularity, where people retiring from the hills of CHP, and they end up being drawn to the hills of Havelock North because there's nothing like that in close proximity to the township, with the community setting, with the range of sites, which is something that's been trying to be so something we've tried to bring in to the layout of Golden Hills, and something with a bit of aspect and high quality and outlook. So yeah, I don't think that option does exist at the moment, and in a new subdivision setting is certainly something that could be presented really nicely on this site.
And I noted the comment that the report writer made about the current sections being around the 350 was the minimum, and 600 and Tane. What are you contemplating in terms of the sizing for your development? Is that something?
So the urban part of it would be probably 900 square metres to 700 around the 2 main avenues. The retirement village aspect would be medium density, fall into that 300 square metre area. And then the rural lifestyle, which is a little bit further up, would be the 2,500, 4,000 ideally. And with reserves that we're integrating into the overall plan, which has walkways, cycleways and pathways that connect the whole subdivision together.
Yes, I don't think that the key is the variety of site sizes in this concept. So we haven't submitted on the general residential subdivision rules because we believe they basically provided the scope to provide a variety of lot sizes. We have got a submission on the rural lifestyle subdivision rules, which we'll address in that hearing. But the key with this concept is providing that variety from the medium density retirement village to normal residential sections to lifestyle.
I'm assuming just because we're dealing with it in the noise section, you haven't got any sections that are close to highways or railway lines that we should know about in terms of our 100-metre setback. Thank you.
Other questions? Okay. Good. No, I don't have any other questions. Just confirm for the record, so that in all other regards, in terms of submission and further submission points, you accept the council's recommendation, the reporting officer's recommendations.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. No, thank you very much, and thank you for your time and effort to get here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Pause for a minute or two. McGregor. Okay, thank you very much, and thank you for your patience, Bill, and waiting for us just to get our ducks in a row. Thank you for attending the hearing. We have seen your submissions, and we've got them in front of us. So if you would like to talk to your submission, the floor is all yours now. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners, and yeah, thank you. I was just listening to the previous one, and that subdivision sounds rather good. Living on in Auckland,
We'll give you
really
the
large sections would be good. Just around the corner, there's 1,000 square metre with 8 units going onto it. So not a not happy. I'm Bill McGregor. I'm the Executive Officer for the New Zealand Agricultural Aviation Association and the New Zealand Helicopter Association. And both of those associations are divisions of Aviation New Zealand. And in this case, I'm speaking more from Aviation New Zealand than for those other two divisions. Talking about noise at Waipakarau in particular, the Waipakarau Aerodrome. Now, it may seem a bit arrogant to be speaking to this because we haven't engaged with the Aero Club. We have, I've read the Marshall Day report, and I think it's very well researched and a very good report, and I'd support it in all of its things except for the number of movements. And I know they looked at growth of about 2 to 3% per year over the next 10 years. From Aviation New Zealand's point of view, we are seeing increasingly movement restrictions being put on across the country. So we are concerned, and so we're suggesting that for a small voluntary organisation to have to keep track of all the movements and to then have to report on those and potentially then have to engage with a noise monitoring organisation on a 2-yearly basis here is quite costly. So we're suggesting that the 6,500 movements be increased. I submitted 15,000. I'd be more than happy to see that at 10,000 rather than the 6,500 that are currently there. The reason I'm saying this is since the report was done, I understand that Super Air has established a base at Waipakarau, which will just increase the number of movements, or the base number of movements, if you like, of aircraft through there. But mainly we're looking to the future. There's been huge advances made in the drivetrains of aeroplanes, which are on the horizon. We only have one electrically driven aircraft in New Zealand at this stage, but over the next 10 to 15 years, we're going to see, dare I say, an explosion in the number of electric drive aircraft, which will bring much reduced noise patterns and also reduce costs for purchase and maintenance of aircraft. So we anticipate that there will be an increase in the number of aircraft, and logically some of those will operate into Waipakarau. So you'll see an increasing number and a decrease in noise, but you'll still have the requirement, if they exceed 6,500 movements, to have to engage in noise monitoring, which could be quite expensive over time. So that is pretty much where we're coming from. Basically, costs for a small voluntary organisation, the requirements for monitoring aircraft movements and the numbers, recording those and reporting on them, and a changing fleet, if you like, would probably be the best of it. Currently, the average age of fixed wing aircraft in the general aviation sector in New Zealand is in the 30 to 40 year old. The cost of maintenance for those is going up. So as things develop, I think we'll see a dramatic decrease in that average age as new aircraft come into the fleet with much reduced noise signatures. Does anyone have any questions?
I was going to say, thank you, Bill. Any questions from the panel? Okay. Rita?
Just a couple. You'll have seen that in the Section 42 officers report, the report writer has specifically not agreed with the exclusion of agricultural aviation movements. Do you have any feedback on that? Are you aware of any council plans that do specifically exclude those movements?
No, I'm not. I'm just saying that from our point of view, it would be a good thing because it would reduce the number of reportable movements, even though there would be movements. I'm probably playing with words there, but
I guess that brings me to the next question I have. So you've commented about the administration in terms of the requirement to count movements and report. One of the assessments we actually have to do in terms of assessing policies and methods is, of course, a cost benefit. What's practicable and effective and efficient. Do you have any information you can provide us in terms of what the actual costs are for an aerodrome club such as the one we've got here, or in terms of having to report movements or undertake the activities that are contemplated under the proposed plan?
I guess it comes down to it's relatively easy to get.
You can provide it to us later. You don't have to provide it now.
No. Okay, I can do a written report on that. But the each organisation will record its own movements. That's all part of the process of flying. You can't fly without recording what you've done. But it's pulling those together. So if you've got easy by Pakarau, you just go to the ag operators and say, how many movements did you fly out of this particular place? They can give you that. For the Aero Club, for their own operations, that's easy. But for visiting aircraft, unless there's someone there to record that an aircraft came through, it then becomes more difficult. So that's just where it comes. Is there going to be someone there all the time to record, or is the Aero Club going to have to rely upon people, saying that they've done it? It just becomes a bit of an administrative nightmare for a voluntary organisation.
I suppose you can't answer because, as you comment, you're not representing the Aero Club. But again, coming back to the question of efficacy of a policy or method, it would be good to know effectively if we are talking apples. Well, the aerodrome doesn't really have a lot of extra external traffic, then it sounds like if they've got agricultural, if they've got their own aerodrome activities, that it would be relatively easy to report.
For their own activities and for people that are based on the airfield, you can just ring them up and say how many movements. That's easy enough to do. It's things like if let's say someone out of Masterton is doing a cross-country training exercise, they come through, they may do a touch and go, or they may do a couple of circuits and then on they go. So let's say they came in and just did a touch and go. There's two movements. Now that they won't be reporting that to the Aero Club. So it would be, how does the Aero Club gather that information is the difficult part. Unless there's someone there who says on this time, XYZ did a touch and go, or landed and came in for a cup of coffee. So unless there's someone there, it becomes a bit of an administrative nightmare, I guess.
And then just one last question. Well, we've had advice that 6,500 movements is appropriate, and then you've requested 10,000 movements. Is there a minimum number allowing for the activities of the size of this Aero Club, somewhere between 6,500 and 10,000 that you would suggest, or are you sticking to the 10,000?
Oh, look, if we took the took the current number, and I think they haven't got the report in front of me, but I think they were talking somewhere in the region of about 6,000 movements, and then adding on a percentage per year. I'd just say be careful with the changing environment, and say with aircraft becoming cheaper to procure and to maintain, I think you'll see a bigger number of aircraft in the near future. And I'd say, but making it 10,000 instead of 6.5 would just future-proof it. And that's making it simpler from the Aero Club's side of things. They're still going to have to work out some way of capturing all of the movements, but I think it would just be a bit of a future-proofing exercise to go to 10,000 from 6. Look, even if we went to 8 or 7.5, it just gives that little bit of extra flexibility.
Okay.
And I know from a regulator's point of view, and I am a regulator, I'm the Director of Civil Aviation in NUA on a part-time basis, and it's always nice to be able to say when something happens, you must report, or whatever, you must report on this. It's just the practicality for a small voluntary organisation to be able to report accurately becomes difficult.
Okay. And then last question, because you noted in your comment that other councils are starting to limit movements. Can you, and again, you may not have to provide it now, you can provide it after the hearing. Can you give us examples of other councils and the approach they're taking in terms of movements? 1,000 common, that sort of thing?
Yes, Selwyn District are looking to similar sort of arrangements. The West Coast, we've just been, they've just put out their policy guidance, and that they'll be looking at some form of, they haven't actually said a limit as yet, but some form of monitoring and reporting on how many, on aircraft activity. It's the start of a process, and basically the aviation, we're really au fait with the way that civil aviation rules work in the Ministry of Transport and things like that, and they cover the whole country. So you've got one set of rules, easy to deal with. When we're looking at a number of territorial authorities such as yourselves, it then becomes, is it going to be the same across the country, or are we going to have, if you're operating in this area, you can only do this. If you're operating somewhere else, you can do that. We would like to see a nationwide process put in place, and we are the Aviation Federation, which is our sister organisation. We are the deal with professional aviation. They deal with the Aircraft Owners and Pilots Association and Aero Clubs, that sort of thing, which are not doing commercial work, and they are looking to engage probably a town planner or someone who can go through this and suggest a set of rules which could become nationwide. So all of the territorial authorities hopefully would pick them up.
Do these civil aviation rules at the moment cover movements at all, or not?
No, they don't cover. They don't cover noise. Noise is a territorial authority problem, I guess, to deal with. So the civil aviation deal with the rules of the air, rules of operating on aerodromes, but they don't deal with the surrounds, with the environment around the airfield. That's done by territorial authorities.
Have you had any reports or anything that you can provide us with respect to noise? Or otherwise, are you happy for us to depend on the Marshall report?
Look, I think that the Marshall report is an excellent report. Don't get me wrong there. I've got the only problem I've got with it is just the number of movements and the reporting on that, and that's just from the straight practicality of a small organisation, particularly voluntary organisation, which doesn't have someone permanently on the field, being able to record this sort of stuff. But their report and what they've produced, the noise boundaries, yeah, I think that's great. They've done a very good job on that.
Okay.
But it will come at a cost.
Yeah, always does. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Questions?
Yeah, hi, Kate Taylor speaking. Just wanting to know, you mentioned since this report, Super Air is now based out of the Waipokoro Aerodrome. Do you have any knowledge of how many planes or what that would do to the numbers in the report?
No, they will have one aircraft based there, is my understanding. There's a bit of and this is sort of off the subject a wee bit, but there's a bit of a expansion going on with Super Air. That they're expanding across the whole country. That they are the, if you like, the flying arm of Balance Agritech that provide fertilizer and that sort of thing, and they're slowly expanding across the country. And my understanding is that they've either have put or about to put one aircraft into Waipokoro.
It's likely to be a base, not a flying in and out of.
No, it'll be based there, is my understanding.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? No?
Hello, how are you? Now, just a question. I see in the Marshall Day report, after consultation with the Aero Club, we note that the original advice was that they expected growth in the agricultural fixed wing movements. But once the Aero Club reviewed the contour extents and raised concerns regarding the potential obligations, a lesser growth of 3% was applied. Is it normal for a Aero Club of the size of Waipokoro, actually, when they see that there could be costs imposed, that they actually review the number of movements?
It's unfortunately, this is the first one that I've run up against. I could talk to the North Shore Aero Club, who also own an airfield and operate there, but it's a different kettle of fish, and that there's a lot of private owners also based on that field, and they run a commercial flight training school alongside the Aero Club. And then there's a whole there's two maintenance organisations and a helicopter company based there as well. They had a similar issue with the Auckland Greater Auckland Council with their air plan coming into place, and they've actually established an airport authority. Which is I'm not exactly sure how that all works, but it gives them a bit more certainty and say over the surrounds than what just an Aero Club that owns a strip of dirt basically has. I unfortunately I don't know enough about it to be able to say that they should establish an airfield authority or an airport authority.
So when we talk about costs, is it actual financial, or is it just administration, volunteer time? Is that what we're talking about?
It's a bit of both. If they have to do a noise assessment and then have to do that on a 2-yearly basis, you'll have to get experts in to do that, and there will be a straight monetary cost to that. But the cost of maybe you have to set up a roster and have someone at the airfield, it becomes a time and a resourcing cost. For the Aero Club itself.
The other questions I had have been covered by other commissioners, so thank you.
Okay.
Just one follow-on question. So in your based on your experience and possibly acknowledging that this is the first one you've butted up against, are you concerned that the costs of reporting, etc., movements, etc., or have a negative impact on the activities of the aerodrome?
I do to a certain extent, in that a lot of the aero clubs themselves tend to run on the smell of an oily rag, for want of a better term, and any costs that they incur make them ever more on the edge. And I don't know the situation of Waipaku aero clubs. Don't take this as gospel, but knowing how the smaller aero clubs around the country, the Hauraki Aero Club in Thames effectively went out of business and has now gone from being a fully established aero club to an organisation operating microlight aircraft. Basically went out of business through cost. And so we're keen to keep the industry alive, or the aviation sector alive, and so we're trying to keep costs to a minimum. I don't know whether that answers your question or not. It's probably flannel rather than anything else.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just a couple of questions. One is just trying to get to the core of your reasoning, unless you've changed your view, around having an exemption for agricultural aviation operators. Because you say in your submission that they create considerable movements during their operations, and i.e. they add to the overall bucket of noise from the aerodrome. So what would be the reasoning for excluding them from the rule?
It was just to decrease the overall number of movements which the club would have to report on. It was a bit of a tongue-in-cheek submission, if you like, realising that in fact probably most of the noise would come from the larger aircraft. If you've got an aircraft that's full of super taking off, it's going to make a lot more noise than a small training aircraft generally, because it'll be using full power and could be struggling a bit.
Okay, thank you. I was just reading the Section 42A report around your submission, and the response from Marshall Day around the level of movements, which I understand you're now saying 10,000 and not 15,000, was that 6,500 gave them a certain level of comfort or certainty around compliance, the ability to comply. And they say that beyond that, compliance wouldn't be guaranteed, so further investigation would be warranted. That in terms of 10,000 versus 6,500?
Well, 10,000 will just give them more flexibility. If they butt up against the 6,500 and then have to go through noise monitoring and reporting, that's where the costs come in. So if you go to 10,000, that gives a little bit of a buffer. That and that's taken on a straight, trying to save the aero club from having to go through the through the noise compliance process. It's staving it off.
I'll probably look to get a response specifically to that point from the officers at another time. The other question is, you're sort of kind of questioning whether the noise assessments haven't really taken into account the changing dynamics of aircraft noise because of electric driven engines. Is that the point you're trying to make in terms of maybe the 10,000 rather than the 6,500 as well?
I think to answer that, we're in, I'd say early days, but it's a bit like electric cars. The uptake of them is happening at a much quicker rate than before, and it all depends on battery technology and the density that you can get out of batteries. There's a one Pipistrel aircraft in New Zealand, electric powered. It's virtually, I won't say it's silent because you're still getting propeller noise, but it's not near the noise that you get generated from, say, a Cessna Cherokee or something like that, a Piper Cherokee. The advance in what's called advanced air mobility, which are is a bit of a mix of unmanned aircraft, passenger aircraft, and aircraft that have been changed from being either piston engine or turbine driven to being electric driven. The change in the noise profile is significant. And I think what you'll find is once these aircraft come in, and we're probably talking between 5 to 10 years, 15 years before they really replace all of the aircraft, all the current aircraft, or the majority of the current aircraft, the noise profile will drop dramatically. And I think you will see, because of the straight advances in materials technology, the cost of building aircraft and procuring aircraft is going down at quite a rate as well. So I think you will see an uplift in airborne activity. And I'm just sort of trying to say, let's future-proof, let's look to the future and see where we're going. The noise profiling should come down significantly. The 55 and 65 decibels should be able to be brought significantly in from around the airfield. And I think it's going to be quite a changed future that we see, rather than the current type of aircraft we've got. Sorry, that's a bit rambling, but hopefully that answered your question.
That's good. That's good. No, well, I just would respond though that is, in my view, it could be early days to really know what impact E-planes would have on noise contours. So I understand the council, after this plan is made operative, would undertaking a rolling review. So if it became apparent that the noise requirements for the aerodrome are not working or are overly onerous because of the introduction of E-planes, then they could well undertake a review at that time, 5-10 years time.
That gives me confidence. Yes, that would be great to see that. What we're just being very, very careful is not to impose restrictions that may, this from the straight industry point of view, that may reduce the ease of activity that the industry has, or the range of activity that we can undertake now.
Yep. Thank you. Pip, got a question?
Sorry, yeah, just a quick one, because mine was related to the E-craft as well. But just working in the transport industry and knowing, the electric vehicles, and knowing that trucks are a long way off from becoming electric. When we're talking about agricultural aircraft, are we just talking about pleasure aircraft becoming electric, or are we looking at aircraft, for instance, FERT planes and those sorts of things? Are they moving to electric as well?
They will, and again, it's early days. The agricultural fleet has gone predominantly from piston engine to turbine, and the next step will be electric. And the trouble they have currently is just the density, power density of batteries. But I know of one operator who is seriously looking at an electric aircraft, and his problem currently is the fact that you've got to have a 30-minute reserve of power, which is basically about half of the time that you would get out of a battery powered aircraft. But the density is increasing, or the process with batteries is increasing, is developing really rapidly. So I would say you're probably looking more to the 15-year point than the 5 to 10-year point for ag aircraft, just because they operate overloaded over the original design specs, and so they need a lot of power, and so it becomes part of the development for them is getting the regulator to say, well, you don't need as much reserve and power because you're operating in close proximity to the strip that you'll be operating off. You're not then popping off somewhere. So like a passenger aircraft, you don't need that quite the same level of reserve operating time. But the advantage of the electric aircraft is the amount of torque that you can produce. I mean, you can actually lift a lot more than you can even with a turbine aircraft.
I think it's important just to note the timeframes that we're talking, and yeah,
Yes.
and like Commissioner Schofield or Chair Schofield said, we've got, you know, a rolling review. Thank
Yes.
you.
Yeah, no, that's excellent. The rolling review to me gives me, it fills me with confidence that that it'll be okay.
Just a follow-on question, and I'm not sure of scope, but to incentive, I mean, that's a common commentary from government in general to incentivise electric, well, in this case, planes, I guess. What would your thoughts be on excluding electric planes from the movement requirements? What would I think about that as an incentive to move towards electric?
Yeah, I think that's hard, hard to know whether that would incentivise the ag operator or incentivise the Aero Club. Yeah.
Okay, no, just a question.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and a valuable one to think about. Thank you very much.
Do you have any information that you can provide us about electric planes? It may be relevant. So in addition to the other information I asked for, which I can't remember right offhand.
Yes, look, I can
That would be
I can point you in the right direction as to where to look. So I'll add that to a further submission.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. This is any further questions. Thank you very much, Bill, for your time and patience and for your presentation. Very elucidating. So thank you again. We will take a 25-minute break, I think, or 20-minute break, and return at 10:15, I think it is.
11:15.
11:15, sorry. Haven't caught up yet. 11:15, at which time New Zealand Motor Caravan Association will be presenting to us via Zoom. So thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, Commissioners. Have a good day.
Thank you. That's right. The association's submission in front of us, but the floor is all yours in terms of talking to it in response to the issues we're addressing today. So over to you.
Thank you. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. My name is Raya and I'm representing the New Zealand Motor Caravan Association. As you're already aware, the New Zealand Motor Caravan Association have made submissions to Central Hawke's Bay District Council on several provisions in the district plan. Today, I'll briefly touch on temporary activities and how it's linked to camping. The NZMC represents some 110,000 members who enjoy exploring New Zealand at leisure in their self-contained motorhomes and caravans. As mentioned in my initial submissions, all zones in the proposed district plan require discretionary activity resource consent for camping grounds and any other activity otherwise not provided for. In our view, this catch-all rule also includes freedom camping. Freedom camping can also be captured under the temporary activities chapter. I've had a read through the introductions, objectives, and policies of the temporary activity chapter, and I note that freedom camping and park over properties can be included as part of this activity, which in turn means that resource consent will be required if one of the standards cannot be met. We as an association are still of the opinion that council should have specific exclusion in the proposed district plan for freedom camping. The Central Hawke's Bay district allows for freedom camping in various places around the district, and having restrictive rules in the plan will not only confuse members or people who are freedom camping, but also council monitoring and compliance officers. I do recommend the Central Hawke's Bay District Council reconsiders the options presented in our submission with a view to change some of these provisions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the panel? Shake of the head. No, thank you. I think the submission was very clearly articulated, so and we understand the points you've made. So thank you very much, and for your time.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye. Agenda allows us time to return to the reporting officers, and we were partway through questionings of Janine. So
Kate, did you want to start or shall I?
You can, I'm just getting my head around where we were.
I had a question around, I know we're sort of remembering back to the conversation we were having, in terms of consultation. Your comment was that there was no push for change. I guess on the reverse, was there a push for retention? Was there an active commentary from the community in consultation for the retention of the existing landscape, as it were? Well, not use the wrong word, but but what we've got here.
I wouldn't say that it was an active push for retention, but I mean, generally from my experience is that you tend to hear from the people that are not happy about things. You often don't hear from those people or those members of the community that are fine with it. They just stay silent. So, I mean, what ends up happening is you tend to respond to the noisy group. So I guess from both sides, there weren't strong views on that.
Okay, so I guess that's sort of the correlation to that is in terms of the consultation, assuming the silence is either their accepting or happiness with the existing framework, or is it that this matter, as we're discussing in terms of Kāingoa's perspective of the environment and what it could look like, etc., was it really discussed in the consultation? So was it a matter that was highlighted?
No, we sort of didn't sort of have, we did discuss with the panel, you know, and the work that was done for the plan review, the outcome of the consultation. And we did explore to a certain extent what, you know, ask the questions, do we need to review the lot sizes? And we did that for certainly some reporting on that in terms of the existing, you know, the operative plan provisions and how they look, and is there any sort of any reason to look at changing those? And the outcome of that was really that it was seen that the existing provisions for density, you know, and bulk and location were fit for purpose. Didn't seem to be any issues. I mean, a lot of the district plan review, it starts with the issues and you sort of go from there. So you identify the issues first. So really, the only sort of areas that we really looked at amending was the Otani minimum lot size, which seemed to be very small for a settlement zone compared to the general residential zones for Waipokoro and Waipawa.
So just for completeness, tangata whenua consultation, was there any feedback on these points from tangata whenua? No? Okay. I'll come back on other points, but I'm pretty sure, Kate, you want to pick up?
Yeah, just with regards the infill, it's mentioned in various points, apologies, I can't point to any of them, about the infrastructure holding back some of the infill. How has the development contribution side of in the district plan alleviated that point? And what submission, there were no submissions on that confirmation?
We don't include development contributions in the district plan. They sort of sit outside the district plan process. So so that's sort of a separate thing, and I guess it's another area of work that the council is doing alongside the district plan, proposed district plan provisions to investigate what infrastructure capacity exists and what work needs to be done and over what timeframes and what budget.
So just to repoint my question then, apologies for that. So do you believe council is working towards being able to supply the infrastructure to the infill in the two?
I don't know details, but it's my understanding that in the last year, particularly, the council has done a lot of work. And that includes, I suppose, the work that's being done around the three waters as well, would incorporate some of that. And I understand that there's quite a lot of infrastructure upgrading for Otani, for example, linkages to wastewater treatment, water supply as well. But I'm not the person to ask about that. I understand a lot of work is being done.
I just have one more question. You'll have seen the Kāinga order statements. I'm just looking at Mr. Campbell's statement and his comment at paragraph 4.4. And I read it as that the UFD chapter and planners assessment have contemplated further residential capacity, but he's throwing a question in terms of whether that is actually the case, or whether in fact the additional capacity is within greenfield areas rather than urban areas. Yes. What's your feedback on that?
I consider that Mr. Campbell's interpretation of that is incorrect. I checked the wording in the housing growth response report, and which refers back to the ISP. And it recognises that structure planning can occur, it was talking about also within existing urban areas. For example, there is that sort of area of land near the hospital, and it's subject to the Central Hawke's Bay District Council submission, which we dealt with separately from today. But as part of that, there's been some structure planning exercise around, and it's within existing residentially zoned area, but there are servicing issues relating to the development of that area, but also some structure planning that the council had been doing to look at best ways of linking that area to the road network, you know, those various elements of structure planning that you do. So it wasn't envisaging it just for the greenfield areas. That would be a separate exercise, because yes, you have to do that, and the RPS directs you to do that as well for any new greenfield development. But it can also be done for existing urban areas, particularly if you've got quite a large infill development area that you want to integrate appropriately into the services and to the environment.
It may not be you. Can you point me, is there anything in the plan in terms of the urban development that is highlighting social housing?
No, I'm not aware. I don't recall any discussion about social housing. No.
Okay, other questions?
Yeah, just first an apology. Of course, it's a long-term plan that the development contributions come under, so brain fade there from me, apologies. My question relates to 8.3.4, and apologies if I'm unaware of where to find this in the plan. It relates to not supporting submitters' request to add reference to major hazardous facilities, as they are no relevance to this chapter. So I just wanted to ask, are the major hazardous facilities protected from urban development in other areas of the plan?
I'm not sure. I'd have to check. I sort of haven't really been focusing on that aspect of the plan, but I can certainly come back to you and answer that question.
I do have a few questions, and some of them are just observations at this point in time until I hear more from Stormwater. In terms of this whole issue around the evolution of amenity values over time and the MPS and things, I mean, this goes up against the old section 7C, you know, maintenance and enhancement of amenity values, which in my experience is sometimes problematic to know, you know, one person's enhancement is another person's degradation. So I just at this point in time, what is it? Because we now have an MPS that requires certain levels of council to specifically address that or have that included in consideration, that amenity values will change in time with residential development in areas or redevelopment. Just can you tease out a little bit more why you think this plan should not specifically address that evolution over time, changes over time?
I have given this matter quite a lot of thought, and it seems to me for Mr. Campbell specifically is talking about is almost sort of a little bit back to front. So my understanding, you know, the rules and the standards that are in the plan flow from the objectives and policies, and the objectives and policies are to recognise and maintain and enhance that existing sort of recognised character. But of course that character and amenity that the plan is anticipating is affected by those rules and standards that you have in the plan. So if you are undertaking development that complies with those rules and standards, particularly say it's for a permitted activity and you're complying with all the standards, then of course that will result in change, but it's the sort of change that's anticipated. And so you wouldn't say by the very fact that it's permitted that it's going to have an adverse effect on character and amenity. So it's through the type of rules and standards that you have in the plan, that is what is the plan's way of looking to maintain at least that character and amenity. And I know that there's some reference to whether you can have maintain and enhance. And I'd be interested to see if Kaingoa's Council have any sort of legal view of that. But my thinking is that if you're enhancing, then you must also be maintaining. You're maintaining, then you're enhancing. So that I don't think the two are necessarily exclusive. That's the question.
Oh, but you've got a question, Pip, around
I
that?
hear, yeah, I've actually got several, but a lot relate to the Kainga Ora, so I might leave those. But I just note that in 5.3.32, you state that the primary production activities were left in policies GRZ P3 and ERA. And I'm aware that there's a number of areas in the residential zone currently earmarked for development, but farmed at present. And I'm just wondering how removing the reference to primary production activities will affect these, particularly if they were wanting, the people that currently farm those areas were wanting to change, perhaps, the farm use while they wait for that area to be developed.
Sorry, can you please just repeat which paragraph you're in?
In your section 42, 5.3.32, although it does look like I might have written 5.3.22. So I'll just check that for you.
No, 3.2.
It's
3.2.
So primary production activities in the general residential zone are not provided for at all in the rules and standards. So, so in that case, the district plans, the proposed plan is not anticipating those activities occurring within a residential zone environment. However, it would fall into that sort of default rule, which says that if it's not covered by any of the rules, then it defaults to a discretionary activity status. So they would need a resource consent to undertake primary production activities in a residential zone.
Okay.
So it
if
is
it-
about,
Sorry.
answer your question?
I'm just thinking if they currently have livestock on there and they were to put in, I don't know, some sort of crop, that wouldn't require them to come to council, or would that? Just
I think generally if it was an existing activity, and there weren't structures involved, then perhaps they can continue. I mean, we sort of recognise that originally through the draft plan there was a recognition that particularly in Waipawa there are parts of the residential zone that have like people run a few sheep, they have paddocks with animals, they're almost little farmlets that are part of that environment. And we saw that there was that's part of the character of the existing residential zone. But sort of through the course of developing the proposed plan, the decision was made to drop that from the rules. And that was feedback, but because it's something that can continue, but I don't think that it was something that people necessarily wanted to particularly encourage, recognising that we're wanting to sort of provide for infill development. So, yeah.
okay. Thank you. And just regarding GRZ S15, you've mentioned it earlier this morning relating to the relocation of buildings. I note that in the Section 32 report, staff feedback was that they were asking for it to be included, and you've said that it will be taken out of this section, and you've said it's going to be put into another section. Can you just explain why it's being taken out of the general residential zone?
Oh, yes. So that's just been taken out of the Section 42A report, and that's because it will be covered in the miscellaneous Section 42A report for hearing stream 6. So I haven't actually considered it at all in my report.
But it's being GRZ S15, it's being taken out, or KO or Kaiangora have recommended that it's taken out completely.
That's correct. But that submission point will be considered for hearing stream 6.
Okay.
Part of this Section 42A report. But I can confirm it's not being moved in the district plan. Is that correct? Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It's just okay. No, that's fine. I had a couple more, I think. Just regarding Kaiangora as well. In Mr. Campbell's evidence, he states that the PDP enables a far greater level of building coverage than would typically be expected on residential sites. And in Mr. Ray's evidence, he gives an example of 2 addresses, and they talk of the lack of control the PDP appears to have. How do you respond to that? Do you think that there is too much coverage, perhaps, or not a lack of control?
I wouldn't say that there's a lack of control. There, building coverage is sort of dealt with indirectly in the proposed plan by way of the setbacks from boundary requirements, the open living space, outdoor living space requirements, and the outdoor service space requirements. So there is an element of indirect means of controlling building coverage. In the examples given by Mr. Ray, see that sort of unders and overs. There was one extreme example where there was a lot of building coverage, and certainly I accept that could potentially, that you could get a development that covered that sort of area of a site under the proposed plan provisions. That's sort of been the case for the last, well, since 2003. People could have been doing that. Doesn't mean to say that it's right. And I mean, perhaps a building coverage limit might give more certainty and would prevent that scenario from happening. But yes, you're going to get variation though in different developments as they form. And in that particular extreme example, I suppose it's whether well people could build to that extent. They may not necessarily do that. So, yeah. I don't have a firm view on it as well, from what I'm saying. Building coverage would certainly give more certainty.
Yeah. So the operative plan, did it allow for the 100%? I can't even read what I've written here. I think, did the operative plan allow for 100%? Is it impervious coverage as well? Is that something that's just been carried over?
There are no restrictions in the operative plan or the proposed plan to control impervious surfaces. We did discuss. There was certainly thought and attention given to the issue of whether the plan should include some sort of stormwater runoff coefficient, or, you know, some sort of means of controlling the amount of runoff that you get from sites. And one way of achieving that, of course, you set the coefficient, and then people will, in order to meet that, either need to retain stormwater on site and release it from the property at the existing rate, or whatever is determined to be appropriate, or, you know, they could reduce the amount of runoff by putting rainwater tanks, or having all their site in concrete. Where we landed on that was that we just did not have the information available to make that sort of call. It would require sort of another whole set of work, and it hadn't really been, aside, I suppose, from identifying that some parts of the towns have some stormwater capacity issues. That was sort of the limit of what we knew. So it was really a case of staying with the status quo, but also including within, well, removing some of the restrictions in the district plan rules to allowing or making it easier for people to put on-site stormwater retention by way of rainwater tanks on their sites, which would have a benefit for the system if people do that. So making it easier by exempting them from some of the height and setback requirements for buildings, structures.
Thank you.
Just wanting to go back to Commissioner Burns' comments about the primary production activities in the general residential zone. You then went on to say in number 34.34 that likely to have existing use rights under section 10 of the RMA and will be able to continue. Is that if they were lawfully established beforehand? That's correct? Yeah. And just to go back to the consultation point that we were asking about earlier, and particularly with the integrated spatial plan, is it possible through you, Mr. Chairman, for us to have a copy of the integrated spatial plan slide?
Certainly. It's online anyway, isn't it? Is it online?
It is.
Yes, it is available online. I wasn't sure.
Oh, you know,
Good question.
Yeah, we still need to be provided and table it, etc. etc.
Thank you. Thank you.
I just have one question in terms of clarification. In terms of your comments to Commissioner Byrne in terms of the Ray's advice, evidence and the building coverage. So if defining limits will provide certainty, are there any other consequences you can think of doing so, good or bad? That we should know about?
No, I can't think of any.
Can you just reflect on that if you,
Yes,
and then write a reply if need?
certainly.
Well, you've answered some questions I had around the primary production. In terms of the impervious or impermeable surfaces, was any consideration given to introducing standards around that? Stormwater primarily, stormwater.
Yes, primarily stormwater. No, it just, aside from, considering the stormwater issue and whether we were to do anything on that, no.
Okay. So you've heard this, well, from Livingston Properties as an acceptance of a discretionary activity for retirement villages. We may hear more on that later today, so I'll come back to that if needed. Okay. So in paragraph 5.385, disagreeing with Kainga Ora's request to delete assessment matter 125, which requires assessment of the ability of the applicant to mitigate any adverse effects, which I do question. It's strangely worded, the ability of the applicant to mitigate. What is meant by that?
So this is the assessment matter.
Yeah.
Please just outline where that was in the report.
Oh, sorry, paragraph 85, so 5.3.85 on page 39. I'm just intrigued by the language, the ability of the applicant.
I think that was their wording. To what they asked. That's the existing.
One.
Grizzle Bras.
Yeah.
So I mean, I take that to mean that, I mean, it's existing wording in the
Operative.
assessment matter, which refers to the ability of the applicant to mitigate any adverse effects on people affected by the proposal. I guess that's just considering, has an applicant considered what mitigation measures might be available to avoid, remedy, mitigate adverse effects.
So sort of have they examined the scope of the ability, the scope of opportunities to mitigate rather than the ability, because it kind of could read it the other way, the ability of the applicant, you know, how much money have they got, etc.
Yes, so looking at that again, I think probably it could be retained but reworded better.
Well, I could suggest maybe a line of reply, just revisit that. Questions while I'm moving to the next one?
Sorry, in 5.38.85.
Yeah, 85, yep.
Yeah, GRZ AM1 2V. But my version of that only goes up to E.
Yeah, it should be A.
E. So I know what I'm looking at.
Okay, thank you. I think we'll hear more about outlook space, the standard for outlook space that Kane and Laura are seeking. We may hear more on that one, but you were saying the standard for outlook space is complex. Is the proposal standard? I know there's been quite a lot of thought around this in terms of the national level. Have you do you still of the view that it's too complex as a requirement to introduce into the plan?
Yeah, I do have some concerns whether a processing planner here would look at that and know how to interpret it appropriately.
So if there were more specific parameters around what it might mean, then it might be
that kind of stuff.
Yeah. I've got a few more questions. And I mean, I did have some questions around the the plan in terms of its responsiveness for plan changes, which also falls out of the MPS development. And was thinking whether the district plan, the proposed district plan, should have embedded in it some, not encouragement exactly, but some sort of reference or something to responsiveness to plan changes and the like.
So you thinking of any particular type of plan changes?
For urban growth, basically, that weren't predicted in the.
I sort of that's the goal of the urban form and development strategy.
Right.
And there's some objectives and policies around that also reflect the RPS. And that chapter goes as far as there were some indications of where we might see some future development within development, recognising that yes, it would require a plan change process for variation, and this and would require a whole structure plan process to go with it. But I think the proposed plan is tried to go as far as it can at this stage to at least indicate those areas where we'd be more supportive of growth going.
Okay, because yeah, I was looking at those just before, like Otane, the growth is northwards. So if a plan change happened to be, I don't know, westward, the way the objectives and policies of the plan wouldn't necessarily curtail that opportunity.
No, it wouldn't. No. The directions for further urban growth came out of the ISP work that was done. But yes, I agree, it wouldn't. It doesn't mean to say that people couldn't present another alternative that could be considered.
But yes, I have some follow-up questions.
Sorry, I just have a question, just a definition clarification, really. Michael Campbell's statement from Kaiangaora asked to us for the P2P to remove reference of medium density and replace with 1 to 2 story. So what's the definition of medium density?
There isn't actually a definition of it. The thing that is in the national planning standards is a reference to a medium density residential zone. And so there's some descriptions provided in the national planning standards for different types of zones, and one of them is for sort of like a low density zone or a medium density. But yes, certainly Mr. Campbell is considering that a 1 to 2 story development can be referenced to that, can replace reference to density. In my view, a 1 or 2 story development is about height. It's not necessarily about density. Density is also, you know, the ratio of buildings to area of land, you know, density as well. There are a number of things. And I think that given the relatively small minimum lot size and density requirement for the general residential zone in the proposed plan, in my view, that is sort of medium density development. It's not what I call high density. We're not looking at, you know, huge apartment buildings with multiple small units, but it's also not low density necessarily, but the plan doesn't prevent low density. People can do that if they wish, but I think you can go down to sort of, you can develop to a medium density, but there is a judgment required in that. There's no fixed
Definition. Thank you.
I've got a couple more, but
Just wondered 5.3. Where am I? 9.2, talking about the anticipated environmental results. And you have recommended that number 1 in that therefore be deleted. I'd like to know if you think amended would be appropriate. They're talking about the dominance of open space and planting over buildings. Kainga has submitted that makes it sound like open space and plantings are more important than buildings, or whatever it would you how what's my question? How could that be amended rather than deleted, so that is still, that amenity values are still part of that anticipated environmental result?
So this is AER4.
So a high degree of residential amenity expressed by way of, and number 1 is currently dominance of open space and plantings over buildings. And you've recommended it, or sorry, you are saying that we should consider it be deleted. Would you accept amended? Or would...
It could be amended. I know that, from Kainga Ora's submission, they don't really support any requirements to provide for plantings or open space within developments. It's sort of want it to be discretion, up to people to decide for themselves, I guess. But expressed by way of, you could replace dominance with inclusion of open space and plantings over buildings. But I suppose there are no requirements for that actually in the standards of the plan. Or open space would be in terms of non-built areas of a site, and there are no landscape such for residential development.
Okay. Topic on a little bit. In regard to highly productive land, so I'm looking at your recommended amendments in 8.5. You're familiar with the draft NPS that came out, and I'm interested in the wording of those objective 2, retain and protect. The draft as it came out, and I accept it was a draft, and we don't know if and when and what may come out of that. But it did have policies in there that actually said that if there was a proposal for using highly productive land for urban development, there were criteria or things to consider, so that it doesn't forego the possibility of using highly productive land if other considerations or options are not viable. So I'm just wondering whether the wording in that is a little bit too hard and fast. It sort of protect, it prevents any sort of on face value. Would it appear to prevent any consideration of highly productive land being used for non-productive purposes?
Well, yeah, protect is protect.
Yeah.
So it would be one objective that would be considered alongside other relevant objectives in the proposed plan. So while it may not meet that, it might proposal could be consistent with other objectives and policies in the plan, and that would be considered in the mix. It may not be an overall inconsistency or contrariness to the objectives and policies of the plan.
Okay. Just really one other question. Turning to the analysis under 13.3, and that is which national planning standard zoning calculation you use for town centres. Basically, I'm paraphrasing you here, but you basically said the activities or the description used for the commercial zone better fit the just town centres for Waipukura and Waipawa. Yeah. I'm just wondering, in terms of plan use, well, a couple of questions. In terms of plan users, wouldn't the normal person think that they are town centres and would expect them to be zoned town centres? I mean, admittedly, there are parts adjoining the town centres, particularly Waipukura, where it's questionable whether it's the town centre or commercial zone. I'm just thinking, in terms of the description of town centre zones, it says in smaller urban areas, a range of commercial, community, recreational and residential uses. So there's two different activities there than it's for commercial one. One is recreational, and that doesn't necessarily mean sports fields. It may mean community centres, theatres, etc. And residential, and given that there's provision for residential and above ground level situations, I'm just wondering whether, questioning whether the town centre zone, but for some parts of particularly Waipukura and Waipawa would be more appropriate than commercial. But I'm interested in your view about that.
I suppose it comes down to a matter of preference, really. I mean, ultimately, what really affects what people can do are the provisions of the plan rather than the name of the zone. I mean, I would think a town centre zone, I pictured it that would be part of a central area. I don't really have a strong view either way. I think it's a preference thing.
Mr. Chair, I think the ISP may shed some light on that as well. Because I think is it identified in the integrated spatial plan as a town centre being distinct from the commercial?
I can't recall, because the ISP wasn't just related to planning either. It included a whole lot of other sort of community type outcomes and things that the council could use to progress other strategies and work that it's doing. Wasn't purely just for district plan purposes, but maybe, I mean, it's really not something that we considered in preparing the proposed plan. It was just really rolling over the existing provisions, particularly with the commercial zones. It was under the operative plan, it was business 1, business 2, shouldn't really tell you much. And then converting those sort of zone names into what we sort of felt was the best representation under the NPS option.
Don't have any more questions. Any other follow-up questions?
I can probably just add that there certainly wasn't sort of a redrawing of the boundaries exercise, aside from the fact that the proposed plan does include some sort of additional land in Waipukura towards the river, sort of the northern part of the commercial Waipukura zone. It has expanded, but other than that, it wasn't really a sort of a relook at the whole pattern of zoning.
Thank you. Well, unless there's any other further questions, I'm just, by the way, we were due to finish at 12, but I think given we had quite a long lunchtime period, we could eat into that a little bit and at this end and have lunch from 12:30, if that's all right. And maybe we could have the reporting officer for one of the other smaller reports. In your hands. Do you have an order in mind? Tiffany's, but okay. Got the report on that. Okay. So want to talk to us about your report briefly?
Yeah, yes, I can. So I am the reporting officer for the Section 42A report on the Sustainable Subdivision and Building chapter. My full name is Tiffany Faye Gray. I hold a degree in resource and environmental planning with honours. I have 5 years experience as a planner, most recently with Central Hawke's Bay District Council, where I've been a district plan support officer since April 2019. After that, I spent 2 years in Environment Southland as a resource consent officer. As stated in my report, the current operative district plan contains few provisions relating to promoting efficient resource and energy use. The Sustainable Subdivision and Building chapter is a new chapter promoting innovative and environmentally sensitive approaches to subdivision and building design in response to community and council aspirations. These provisions also seek to respond to the relevant matters in Section 7 of the RMA, such as having regard for the effects of climate change and the benefits to be derived from the use and development of renewable energy. Policies in this chapter seek to promote solar energy, water conservation and low impact urban design and low impact stormwater attenuation systems. The methods adopted in the chapter include non-regulatory advocacy, such as promoting the installation of solar panels on buildings. In support of these, the PDP includes exemptions for domestic water storage tanks, solar panels, solar hot water systems from the height in relation to boundary standards in all zones, and exempt storage tanks from setbacks from neighbours. This chapter received a total of 32 submission points over 6 submitters, with no further submissions received. Of the 32 original submission points, 28 submission points are in support. In particular, there was support surrounding the policy and direction for stormwater and on-site attenuation, water conservation measures, and improved subdivision and building design. The 4 submission points in opposition can generally be summarised as seeking amendment to promote medium to high density housing with small footprints, seeking amendment to promote measures to mitigate reverse sensitivity, acknowledgement that development may not always have a positive impact on the environment, and clarification around council plans and bylaws. These matters have been addressed in my Section 42A report along with my recommendations in response. However, there was one outstanding matter that required clarification from a submitter. This is noted in paragraph 5.3.10 in relation to Royal Forest and Bird Protection Society New Zealand. We recommend SSBP1 to refer to promoting medium to high density housing with small footprints. There was uncertainty around whether the submitter meant a physically smaller footprint or that housing should have a smaller environmental footprint / effect. I draw the panel's attention to the statement provided by Forest and Bird clarifying that the intention was to refer to a smaller physical footprint on the basis that they consider such houses ultimately to have a smaller environmental footprint. I will respond to Forest and Bird's position in the ordinary way in my right of reply. I am now open for questions.
Thank you. Questions?
So just going to paragraph 5.3.6. And my question is around reverse sensitivity, and so the Hawke New Zealand submission and identifying this as one of the relevant characteristics in terms of subdivisions and buildings. In 5.3.6, you consider that reverse sensitivity is not relevant. Given that some of these subdivisions may abut rural lands and rural activities, is it not reasonable to identify that in terms of characteristics?
I answer your question. I do think the reverse sensitivity is relevant to subdivisions, and this is addressed in the objectives and policies of the subdivision chapter. This chapter of the Sustainable Subdivision and Building purely deals with the sustainability of buildings and subdivision to promote environmentally sensitive design. There is mention of reverse sensitivity in the rural land resource chapter, which is part of the strategic, it's one of the other strategic direction chapters.
Okay, so you consider that it's sufficiently covered elsewhere so as not to require it in this as well, or to, I guess, reinforce or reiterate the acknowledging that we do have a rural, rural and urban environments operating quite closely together. So I'm just wondering, in terms of strategic direction, whether we shouldn't actually articulate it in some way. And you may want to think about it and just come back to me on that. So it's just more of an observation and question more than anything else.
I can come back to you.
Yeah, no, that's fine. And just in terms of 6.3.3, you refer to the council's sustainable water management plan and the water supply bylaw. Just to help us in terms of our deliberations, can you provide us copies of those?
Yeah, they are available on the council website, but I can provide links.
It just means that it comes into the into ours and we can consider it.
Yeah.
Other questions? Yeah. I'd like to ask a question.
Just interested to know your opinion on the no limit on building coverage and the impervious cover, ground cover, just and the impact it would have on an environmentally friendly subdivision, sustainable subdivision. It's not very well articulated. Hopefully you get what I mean. But yeah, do you think we need controls, or the PDP needs controls to cover building coverage?
I would probably need to come back to you with that, unless Janine has some opinions on whether it would be part of environmentally considered subdivision.
I think, as I said before, I sort of don't have a strong view on that. And if such a building coverage standard was to be included, then it would provide some more certainty. Doesn't necessarily mean that people won't cover their sites still with impervious surfaces. But in terms of the sustainable building and development chapter, that's really focused on encouraging. It's not a requirement, it's a strategy. So it's acknowledging that, at the moment, there's nothing at all along, to refer to that in the operative district plan. So that chapter was seen as sort of a good step in the right direction, if you like, not being so strong as to include requirements to do these things, in terms of encouraging people to be creative, I guess, in the sort of design that they. Some councils I'm aware of have subdivision and development sort of design guidelines that can also assist with that, and that's something I think the council has, may wish to do in the future, to supplement that. It would be a method that would complement what's in the proposed plan.
But that would be outside the district plan.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
No, I don't have any questions. Further questions? Thank you. I've just been thinking about the agenda. So we have as I said, a very healthy lunch break. We're not due to start at 2:40. So dare I suggest we carry on to 1 o'clock? How do you feel about that? Yeah, because it's still a healthy lunchtime. Doesn't spoil the lunch or anything.
Yeah.
No.
Right.
Okay, so executive call there. So who would like to talk to the report? Just turn to your report. Noise and signs. There you go.
Are you happy to take my introduction qualifications as read, given I presented the other week?
Indeed we are.
I'll just start straight with respect to section 42A report on the noise chapter and sign chapter. These chapters form part of the district-wide activity section of the plan, so they apply across the district regardless of the zone. My report addresses the submissions relating to the PDB provisions contained in the noise chapter and the signs chapter, with the exception of submissions from Heritage New Zealand, Pohiri Taonga on the signs chapter. I haven't considered those in my section 42A report, where I've moved them to the historic heritage chapter so that all those provisions can be heard in the round. And I note that Heritage New Zealand is these provisions have been prepared in accordance with the RMA, and in particular section 74 matters to be considered by a territorial authority, and section 75 contents of district plans. The key legislative requirements underpinning the provisions of these chapters are those of sections 31 and 16 of the RMA. And section 31 outlines the functions of territorial authorities under the RMA, including the establishment, implementation and review of objectives, policies and methods to achieve the integrated management of the effects of the use, development or protection of land and associated natural and physical resources of the district. In addition, with respect to noise, section 15 of the RMA is relevant, and this section imposes an overarching general duty on every person to adopt the best practicable option to ensure that the emission of noise does not exceed a reasonable level. I would also note section 326, which sets out the meaning of excessive noise. And I know that Mr. Stiles has, and for kind order, has addressed that matter as well. And I think we're saying the same thing, is that section 326 doesn't apply to roads and rail, except that what I'm saying with section 326, that then places a responsibility on councils to look at how they deal with the potential for adverse noise as a result of that, given that they can't consider noise on the traffic corridor itself. So it's a little bit of a, it creates a little bit of a conundrum in terms of how district plans provide for it. I'd also point out, which I hadn't covered in my section 42A report, but there's some quite strong direction in the RPS, so the regional policy statement of the Hawke's Bay regional policy statement, which councils are required to give effect to. And I'll provide you with the copies of those objectives and policies in my right of reply. And but I'm specifically referring to objectives 16, 17 and 18 with respect to effects of conflicting land use activities, and objectives 34, 32, 33, 33A and 33B with respect to the maintenance and enhancement of physical infrastructure. These objectives in particular, they recognise the region's infrastructure that it can produce adverse effects, and the need to plan for and manage these effectively to ensure that established infrastructure is not compromised by the location of new sensitive activities. And it's this approach that forms the justification for management on the basis of reverse sensitivity, which is, I consider, the approach adopted in the PDP. In terms of the submissions and the main matters in contention, firstly, I'll refer to noise. There were 10 submitters and 5 further submitters across the noise topic. And this resulted in 41 original submission points and 23 further submission points. Of the original 41 original submission points, 26 are in support. And in summary, the main key matters in contention appear to be the opposition to the threshold provisions for aircraft movements at the Waipokoro Aerodrome, which we heard some more about this morning. A number of clarifications with respect to wording of the provisions, and opposition to, well, support for and opposition to provisions relating to the 100-metre setback from state highways and the requirements for acoustic mitigation within that setback. I've read the submitter's evidence and I would note the following points. The issue of noise from regional transport infrastructure, road and rail, itself is not in contention. Rather, it's the method for addressing this and where the costs of that mitigation lie that are being challenged. Waka Kotahi supports the provisions as notified, and Kāinga Ora opposed them. Mr. Campbell for Kāinga Ora in his planning evidence has provided amended provisions, which I think is helpful because it shows all in one place where they have sought changes. Also, I think helpfully, Mr. Liggett from Kāinga Ora has outlined in section 8 of his evidence that they're challenging this issue all around the country and other proposed district plans currently being heard, being Whangarei, Christchurch, Selwyn, New Plymouth, Porirua and Waikato, and they also reference the Auckland Council Plan. And that's their preference that government entities be in a position to present a consistent and agreed approach to council hearings, panels and courts on policy matters such as this. Perhaps not so helpfully, there's no outcome on that yet. So Central Hawke's Bay is now also caught in that crossfire to some extent. The only other thing I would note at this point in relation to Kāinga Ora's evidence is that Mr. Stiles has he's taken a general approach or critique of the noise chapter. And so a number of his matters are potentially out of scope. And I note that Mr. Campbell also notes scope as an issue, but considers that they're to do with the effectiveness and the efficiency of the proposed noise chapter provisions and should be considered. So whether they can or not, I guess, is something that needs to be determined. It might be helpful to the panel for to clarify with Kāinga Ora which submission points Mr. Stiles' evidence is in relation to, but I can further address that in my right of reply if necessary. I'd also like to note that Kāinga Ora have supported a number of the noise provisions or sought minor amendments and clarifications. To conclude with respect to the noise provisions, I would like to reiterate that just over half of the submissions were in support of the provisions and that overall there seems to be a general acceptance of the noise provisions proposed. And the other submitters presenting on this chapter at the hearing are Aerospread Limited, which is who we heard from, no, Aerospread Limited, who we're yet to hear from, Mr. McGregor, who we did hear from, and Federated Farmers. And I will address any matters that arise through this evidence in my right of reply. Now turning briefly to signs, there were 7 submitters and 2 further submitters across the whole, across the signs topic, and that resulted in 9 original submission points and 5 further submission points. Of the 41 original submission points, that doesn't quite add up. I haven't got my adding right in terms of how many were in support, but no submission points opposed the provisions, but they generally just sought amendments to clarify. And I note that no submitted evidence has been provided in relation to these provisions. However, Chorus New Zealand and Federated Farmers are presenting today, and I think they may be. So overall, there's possibly a number of matters where I may consider changing my recommendation. However, I'd like to respond to these in my right of reply once I've heard the presentations today. And I anticipate that the panel may have additional questions either now or during the course of the day, which I'll do my best to answer. I also note that Mr. Allerton from Marshall Day will be available later to the panel for questions. And I will, as with the others, I will provide a formal written reply on matters raised today, where additional commentary is requested or where there are matters raised where a response would be helpful.
And you are aware that we have asked the various noise experts to be available at the same time online from 4:30?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you for that. Questions from the panel?
Stella, you may not be able to answer this, but I guess one of the questions I had was in terms of the 100-metre setback, do we have a sense of how many existing or potential properties we talked about that are affected by this 100-metre setback? Is it a significant number?
So I guess there's, I don't know the number of properties, no, off the top, no, I don't. But I guess there's an issue of, and perhaps that's an area, depending how this all pans out going forwards, where it would be helpful to have some clarity that for the existing development, this will only apply to new development or extensions to existing housing, essentially, or existing sensitive noise activities. So yeah, that's not the answer to your question, but that's just a little aside in response to it.
Yes, I'm trying to understand the scale, because of course I live in Wellington, so houses are right next door to railway lines and things like that. And while Robert's helpfully been taking me for little tiki tours around the district, I haven't seen any examples of right beside the railway lines or such like that. So I just was trying to understand scale. So maybe if somebody can give me some appreciative, I understand that I'm assistant generalised specialist.
Might be able to give you a map, which might help with that.
Just so I can understand the scale. Kāinga Ora are seeking a modelling option rather than a hard line setback. However, helpfully or unhelpfully, to say they've got a model is saying their model is not going to be ready anytime soon. I guess, are you aware of any other models, options, or other options available to us other than a setback? Is there anything you could point to us to say, if we didn't want to do a setback, you could do X, as opposed to?
That might be something we can ask.
Don't worry, I'll be asking.
Noise, yeah, so I'm not aware of it. And I mean, I would say that 100-metre setback is a crude tool. It is, however, a trigger as well to then consider the sensitive noise activity and how badly they're affected. It's not a like, no, you shall do this. It's a trigger. So in that sense, it's not a all everything or nothing.
And just on a separate topic, you heard Mr. McGregor's comments. And I do note the comments in your report about it's error spread or error spread comments. So this is at 4.244. An analysis of their feedback. As you'll know, we have to consider the efficiency, efficacy, and of course the costs and benefits of implementing any particular method or rule or policy, I should say. So, I mean, I did take Mr. McGree's point on that, for voluntary entities, and I think or Aerospeed raises it, there is quite a burden in terms of meeting some of the planned obligations. Do you have a perspective in terms of that cost benefit ratio, or is the cost outweighing the benefit in this instance?
I think, I mean, Marshall Day, and they'll be able to answer this as well, but my understanding is that, and again, this is kind of a roundabout way to answer your question, is that Marshall Day did sit down with the Aero by Pukaro Aerodrome and get a sense of the activity and the scale and what the likely development would be. And the approach that we're advocating in the rules is kind of take steps to look at that. So the first thing is to go up to this level, which I think is the 6,500, then we're not concerned. When we get to this point, we actually think we need to start looking at it, and you do need to, we will need to have a look and see where that tipping point is. And then when you get to whatever those standards or whatever it is, then that's when you'll have to start looking at mitigation. So it was an attempt to do a softly approach, and my understanding is that there is some buffer in there, but again, that would be a better question, I think, for Marshall Bay. So in terms of costs and benefits, yes, I don't know like the dollars and cents, but in terms of the response and how we've developed it, we've tried to do it so that the cost doesn't come in until the noise becomes an issue, essentially.
I might come back, but
Okay. The questions? Who's got a hand up?
Sorry. Just a couple of questions. So obviously we've done a contour report. We've had a contour report for the aerodrome. Has one been completed for the state highway or the rail through Central Hawke's Bay? I think I know the answer, but I'm just wondering.
Oh, sorry, no, the answer is no.
No, okay. I also note in the in Waka Kotahi's statement of evidence, and I'll just bring it up just a second because it's gone off my, on 6.13, I think it was. They say they have a noise guide that seeks to avoid sensitive activities up to 40 metres from the edge of a state highway. Unfortunately, the omission of this provision in the PDP was not identified, and the 40-metre buffer area rule should have been sought in rural areas and incorporated into new urban areas in Central Hawke's Bay. Is there an opportunity still to do that, or?
So I think, I mean, that if that was part of their submission, there is still an opportunity to consider it. And I think that was considered by our acoustic experts, who my understanding is basically saw that as a sterilisation of development. Yeah, so it would be a buffer where you couldn't develop. So we felt that was kind of a step that we didn't want to take, essentially, because that is quite a significant burden on the landowner.
Okay. Thank you. Just another question, and I'm sure I probably just missed it, but if you have somebody that's already resident in a in the sensitive noise area, whatever the possible term is, and they want to extend an existing home within the boundary, what are they impacted by the provisions as if they were building new?
Yes, there is some requirement for extensions. I'd have to look and see exactly what they were.
Okay.
I think it might be like habitable spaces or bedroom. I'm just not sure. I'm just trying to have a quick look now, but I can come back to you on that with those provisions. So that's for existing sensitive activities.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Because yeah, I mean, Kaionga Ora does seem to have a sort of a approach, and like you've listed the councils where they are currently, you know, submitting, or you know, there are hearings. Sort of a one size fits all approach, and I'm just wondering, you know, how that affects us or affects Central Hawke's Bay District Council. where there's possibly not an expansion of the roading network expected anytime, or state highway network anytime soon.
There's an expansion, then there's a whole other, or a new state highway, there's a whole other process that is required through the designation process. So new infrastructure would have to go through a whole separate process anyway. In terms of where the other councils are at in their decision making, I think they're at various stages, but I don't think any have gone right through the environment yet. Or would probably be able to respond to that.
So is there an I'm not sure, is there an NES, or is it an NES related to this?
No, there isn't.
No, and is that why there's potential issues?
Yes, so there's no national guidance, so it is an issue for all the councils, all local authorities, and as the plans get renewed and these provisions get looked at, that's where this problem has arisen and has been highlighted.
Okay. Thank you.
You mentioned this with that national versus territorial authorities ideal. There's no outcome yet, so CHB may be caught in the crossfire of, is what we're suggesting in the plan on the tougher side for noise or on the softer side?
My understanding, how I read it, is they're two kind of philosophically different approaches. So it's not it comes down to, again, in my view, where the cost lies for the mitigation. So is it the roading who make the noise that bear the cost, or is it the development that then goes and develops and alongside that infrastructure that bears the cost? And to date, I think there's been an acceptance that given the importance of the regional infrastructure, regional and or national infrastructure, that if then you come in and build a new noise sensitive activity in there, then it's like you go in as knowing that you're moving into a potentially noisy environment and that you will need to mitigate it. But that's the approach that Kaikoura is certainly challenging across the country. So it's not a softer or lighter approach. It's really about who's going to be the burden of the mitigation, in my view.
I apologise. I mean, with regard to other territorial authorities that are striking this same issue, do you know where we stand with what other territorial authorities are doing with it?
I guess what I'm saying is that it's been challenged. So it's either been challenged if that kind of approach isn't in there, it's been challenged by one government department, and if it is in there, it's been challenged by another government department, which is again where Mr. Liggett said they would prefer to be coming with an approach already sorted out, but at this stage there isn't an agreed approach. So the transport providers are advocating not necessarily specifically those the same rules as us, but the same type of approach, whereas Kaikoura are advocating a different approach. And I also note that Kaikoura haven't provided, they've essentially sought to delete those provisions relating to the setback, and I need to have a better look at what they are proposing and how that would fit. Our approach is consistent with Waikato at the moment, and theirs, I think, hasn't been to the Environment Court, but the commissioners have adopted that approach. I also know in Auckland, I understand in Auckland City they had a setback. I don't know whether it was 100 metres or what the setback was, and that did get taken out through their plan review process. But then in their subdivision assessment matters, there's still a requirement for new noise sensitive activities moving into an area close to transport infrastructure to demonstrate how they're going to address the issue of noise.
Mr. Chairman, is it worth us getting something from comparison to Waikato and I forgot what the other one is already?
Community plan.
Yeah, is it worth us getting some comparison of some that have already got through this part of the process?
If you wish, yes. The decision report for this topic from Waikato.
Yeah, I think I've definitely got the decision report for Waikato.
Yeah.
Readily
available, the AUP, someone's through a plan.
Just to clarify, and I'm sorry if I haven't read it somewhere. I'm just looking at Michael Kotahi's comments for this afternoon. So their guide, which I'll be asking for a copy of, obviously, reflects that when it comes to management of noise, it's a shared responsibility. So where Waka Kotahi is responsible for managing noise effects from new and altered roads, largely through designation conditions, and then landowners and developers otherwise in terms of what they do. And I'll have to have a look again. Is Kāinga Order suggesting that they want some sort of remedial action by Waka Kotahi and Runoff in terms of other parts that aren't, or existing road? Is that what you're asking for?
You might want to ask that of Mr. Stiles, but that is how I read it, that he was talking, I think he was talking about the section, the requirement to apply the best practicable option and then say that that should be your starting point. Whereas we're sort of starting at a point of the sensitivity and acknowledging that these transport routes are already here. So yeah, but he will probably have something more to say on that.
I've just got a couple of questions. Before we do, I'm going to make another suggestion. We are breaking for lunch at 1, don't worry. But I'm going to propose, if it's all right with Rowena, who I see is online, that she talk to her report at 2 o'clock. It's 40 minutes. Otherwise, this evening and carrying on. So I'm just trying to maximize the use of today for that. Is that all right, Rowena?
Yes, that's perfectly fine.
Okay, thank you. I've just got a couple of questions. What's the situation with these reverse sensitivity corridors in Hawke's Bay? Do either Napier or Hastings, I would imagine not White Road, but I could be wrong, have these similar kind of setbacks?
I'll check that for you.
Okay.
I did need to check that before the hearing. Apologies.
That's all right. I'm just thinking because the regional policy statement's been around for a while, but I'm not sure if it's long enough for it have to trickle down to the city and the district council. I'm just looking at the maps. The 100 metre isn't mapped on the online maps at all, is it? And as Commissioner Lovell said, was this sort of in this quandary that there's modelling being done for that will cover Central Hawke's Bay, but won't be available till later this year. That's one problem. The other question is Kiwi Rail. So I'm presuming there's no modelling being done by or for Kiwi Rail.
Kiwi Rail started on the draft plan, however they haven't come in as a notified plan, along with obviously Tahi. We responded to that.
I mean, the state highway corridor was one thing. We all experienced it just driving around, or in our case, sleeping very close nearby overnight. But the Kiwi Rail thing, I'm sort of not being a local, I wasn't aware how busy the railway is. We haven't yet seen a train on the track here, but we did we do understand there's an early morning train that passes through. So, I mean, the question naturally arising from that, is there the same requirement or necessity? Are the issues the same, basically, for Kiwi Rail or railway corridor as it is the state highway corridor? I'm not expecting an answer now, but something you might want to think about. And I would be presuming the council's not proposing any modelling for the railway corridor as well. One question I had, I've only got a couple. In terms of the objectives for noise, so in paragraph 432, 4.3.2, you usefully set out the proposed objectives, and then down or have sought to change it with quite different wording. This is objective 1. So I was just checking what the Act said about noise. The Kaingaroa one is more in line with the noise, and I'm thinking about the descriptor. So exposed to an appropriate level is the objective. And I have seen elsewhere acceptable levels be used, but the Act talks about unreasonable noise levels, which is a different thing. I'm just wondering whether there is, you weren't proposing to change the objectives or recommending to change the objectives, but I'm just wondering whether you could give some regard to whether aligning the language of the Act with the objective would be appropriate. Unintended.
No, I can certainly have a look at that. I guess I hadn't looked at it in that particular sense. I looked at it more as that their objective was a combination of that would be it. So that was my reason for not changing it. But if it's about incorporating some of those words.
No, that's all the questions I have. I think there will look more will be generated by this afternoon's discussions around noise.
Just one question, Stella. And I'm just trying to find it. I had a note on it. Mr. Sowersby from Waka Kotahi notes at 5.3 and 5.4 and 5.5 the conversation between with respect to noise 04 or noise 03, the inclusion of a practicable test, and then their alternative, which was an appropriate, where appropriate. He's now suggested that we not include where appropriate. As I said, I'm sorry, I'm trying to find it in here. You might have commented on it already. Did you have a view on including where appropriate into noise 04?
Can you just tell me which
Sorry, I was trying to find it in your report. I've got stickies everywhere. But I was looking at Mr. Sowersby for Waka Kotahi, his evidence at 5.3, 5.4 and 5.5. And I just noted that he articulated his view in terms of the where practicable edit that was proposed by Kaingaroa, as opposed to their where appropriate, and that he'd come to the conclusion that where practicable was not suitable, but neither was he going to seek where appropriate. And I just wondered whether you had a perspective on whether we should retain, whether we should include where appropriate. And I'm guessing you've probably got it in your report. I just can't put my fingers to it.
I think the thing where appropriate is it's like hard to determine what that means. I mean, what does where appropriate mean? That would be my general comment without finding where I did comment on it on my report. Because I think that's a term that's suggested in a number of places throughout the plan by a number of submitters, and that's generally what my response is.
Okay. But I'll probably take it up with Salisbury. Well,
Any other questions? If there are, we do have an opportunity at 5 o'clock. Okay, in the absence of further questions, we will adjourn the hearing for lunch and resume at 2 o'clock with Rowena talking to the final report for this hearing. Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon, everybody. The hearing for stream 2 is reconvened, and we're starting this session with the report back from Rowena McDonald. Welcome, Rowena. If you'd like to talk briefly to your report, update us if there's any changes and recommendations or other material, and then if you can be available for questions. We do have Waka Kotahi on at 2:40. So if we haven't finished with you then, we might have to call you back towards the end of the day. I'm pretty confident we will. Okay, over to you, Rowena.
Thank you. I think I'll be over very quickly. So my report was dealing with light and temporary activities. And I'll just bring that in front of me here. So there were 3 submitters and 3 further submitters on light, and there were 2 submitters and 1 further submitter on temporary activities. So quite a small report. There were 9 original submission points and 7 further submission points on light. 9 of the 9, 5 of them were in support. So there were only 4 submissions seeking changes or opposing matters, and they were all from the rural sector and address provision for artificial outdoor lighting associated with primary production. And in terms of temporary activities, there were 20 submission points and 1 further submission point. Of the 20 original submission points, 11 were in support, so there were only 9 seeking changes, and that was mainly from the New Zealand Defence Force and from Fire and Emergency New Zealand, and they related to provision for temporary military training activities and noise associated with that, and the provision for temporary emergency services training activities. Can you hear me okay? Just double checking.
Yep, certainly. We do know you're in a very concrete room, though.
I know. We've been trying to figure out how we can deal with that, but it's not the greatest. Sorry about that.
We can hear you. Good.
So I guess in terms of those 2 topics, the responses back in terms of evidence from submitters has been fairly supportive. I see there's a letter come in from the Defence Force accepting all the recommendations in my report. The same goes with Fire and Emergency New Zealand in terms of emergency service activities. And my understanding is from Hawke, New Zealand, they've just referenced that their concern was with reduced sensitivity effects. This is related to light. From a new residential activity establishing near to an existing productive activity. And they just said it is difficult to make any further comment on the appropriateness of the provisions without measuring the lux of typical primary production activities which may require light. However, this does highlight the importance of tools such as setbacks for new sensitive activities in the rural zone addressed in later topics. And I can confirm that setbacks as part of the rural environment hearing string, and there'll be some comments on that with the submissions.
Thank you.
Of course. That's my end of my thing. There's nothing to report other than seems like there's no dissension. No thanks.
I'll just see if the panel have any questions for Rowena.
Wow.
A couple of clarification, Rowena, it's Kate here. 4211, that's, no, it wasn't that one. 432. 433. Oh, beg your pardon. You talked about my question was revolving around other changes that you've made to light standard 1, or perhaps policy 1, and the light that is now more aligned to noise. I've got myself confused on the light planning approach. Is it similar to noise now with the addition of primary activities in that policy?
Are you referring to the introduction of the words primary reduction into the introduction to the light chapter?
Yes.
So that's really just recognising that primary production uses artificial lighting. That's effectively all that does.
So is it still not consistent with the planning approach adopted for noise, which exempts vehicles and mobile machinery associated with primary production activities from noise standards? That is not compatible with light? That they're still very different?
Obviously not quite catching on with what you're asking. In terms of, are you suggesting that there should be an exemption for light from primary production in the same way that we have exempted machinery noise for primary production activities?
Yes, I apologise for the crappy nature of my questions and that I couldn't find the right page before I started asking it. Yes, I am, because Federated Farmers say that the relief they were seeking made it consistent with the noise standards. So yes, whatever you said just before, that is my question. Sorry, post-lunch sugar rush.
Yeah, I mean, I think in terms of the light spill standard, I suspect that the level of light in a rural environment is going to be from a distance in any case. So I didn't think that lux was going to be an issue. A light spill was going to be an issue of significance in the rural environment. But yeah, I probably have to rethink about that as to whether I think they should be treated the same. I think noises, I think when you go into a rural environment, just off the top of my head, there are a certain level of noise and smells that you'd expect. I guess you wouldn't necessarily anticipate bright lights. Sorry,
Okay.
I can't much more than that.
Question. So you're agreeing to make an amendment to the introduction that introduces primary production around artificial lighting, but you're not convinced that there should be any exemptions for primary production in terms of lighting? Is that how I read it?
No, I'm not at this stage. I think that if there was really bright lights coming out of, say, a dairy shed, I'd be surprised if that would exceed the light spill. But again, I haven't measured light in that sense. And I don't know if there has been any measurement of light from those kinds of activities.
Got a very odd question, but just a sort of a question that might be a bit but I note that Forest and Bird have opposed wheat farmers support of Light 01 and Light P1. I'm assuming Forest and Bird have done so on the basis of biodiversity, and there's a common statement on that.
That seems to be the reason which is given for their blanket submission opposing all federated farmers submissions.
Has any thought, and I understand if it hasn't, any thought that is given to light spill that may affect biodiversity? I'm thinking threatened species like bats, etc. We're talking about keeping things away from residential. Have we thought about biodiversity when it comes to light? It's being raised.
Right. Sorry, no, I haven't given any thought to that.
It's okay.
Yeah. Just following on from mine, Rowena, what consideration was given to harvesting as a temporary activity? So a combine harvester or seasonal primary production activity?
Is this in relation to the submission? Is there a submission that you're referring to in particular, or?
Got it written down under 4.3.7 on my pad, but that doesn't necessarily mean that's where I got it from.
That light.
Oh, you were asking for if submitters could give examples in practice of lighting associated with primary production. And then I must have thought somewhere else that there was a rule for temporary activities that may exempt, rather than an exemption like noise. There could be a temporary activity policy.
I think if it's a primary production activity, it's permitted through the rules in the zone anyway, if that's what you're referring to. Even if it's a temporary primary production activity, it would be a production activity and therefore permitted, subject to the standards.
Have you seen a combine harvester working at night?
No. I can imagine they have big lights going. Yes. Without going out and seeing how much light that is and whether it exceeded the 8 lux spill, I wouldn't be able to comment. It was probably an expert required for that.
Questions? Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Hi, Rowena. Just this is kind of out of the ballpark kind of question, but I'm just wondering, where would reflection fit? For instance, if there was to be a solar farm or something in the area, is this where reflection would fit? Like, is it covered, or where in the plan would reflection? Is reflection the same as light or not?
Not in my understanding. I would think that that's not covered in the plan. From what I can recall of the rules of the plan, reflection is not a matter that we've considered.
So many plans do have a clear rules or standards around that? You know, glare from roofs or windows and things like that? Are you saying this plan doesn't have any such rules?
Not, can I just double check that? But from my understanding, the only rules that we have, or the only rule that we have is in the light chapter. It certainly wasn't a matter raised during the review of the plan.
Right, okay. If there is a glare standard, it's normally wrapped up with the light provisions.
Sorry, the rule is activities involving emission of light, spill and glare. So I guess the rule refers to glare. Just looking at the standard, it addresses light spill between certain hours. And it talks about selecting, locating, aiming, adjusting and screening so as to direct such lighting away from residential activities, visitor accommodation, community facilities, etc. And that there is, I guess, a reference to glare, but there's no specific glare standard other than that lighting be directed away.
But there's been no submissions regarding that either.
No.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, now I see we have Damien Allerton on Zoom with us. I'm putting you in the hot seat here, Damien. Just following from the report back that we had from Stella before lunch. I'm just giving you an opportunity now to make any comments you feel necessary or whatever in terms of particularly Kaingaroa's noise evidence that may help us in terms of when we come to Kaingaroa and Waka Kotahi. Any sort of immediate response you have to those bits of evidence?
You can hear me okay?
It's good.
Excellent. Yep. No surprises in the evidence tabled by either party. I think, you know, they're probably doing this across the country with, if not all, most plan reviews as they're rolling out. So I think it's not that it's not a decision for yourselves to make, but I think it's one that's being made by a number of councils in parallel. I think it essentially boils down to who pays for noise mitigation, and I'm sure each party thinks the other should have the burden of most of the cost of that. That's certainly my reading and experience of watching the two parties run their arguments here.
Damien, it's Loretta Lovell here. I was asking Stella whether she knew of any, well, because we've heard about this modelling that's supposed to answer everything that Waka Kotahi is working on, and have said that they won't have in terms of Central Hawke's Bay anytime in the future. And then we've got the rather sort of straight line of 100 metre setback. I asked Stella, and she suggested to us, the noise experts, if there are other options, if there is other modelling, if there is anything we can be pointed to, if we're not of a mind to use the 100 metre setback. And feel free to say you'll think about it, because we're probably going to bring you back to have a conversation with the others.
Yeah, no. Certainly the 100 metres is a number that's been used for a number of years, and I think why it's useful is because it just makes, I guess, all parties think about the proposed development, and it's not so much its appropriateness, but what noise effects may be received, or whether a reverse sensitivity effect is created by them being present. And if something needs to be done about that, what is that? And in terms of, let's say, a medium or large scale housing development next to a state highway or a major arterial or a minor arterial or even a local road, to do the modelling for that type of thing is really quite straightforward and not very difficult at all to sort of get a ready reckoner on how much noise would we expect from, you know, the state highway with X number of cars going past the site. And you can very quickly work out what sort of noise levels you'd be getting at 100 metres or, and conversely, even much closer to the state highway, and then working out, again, what, if any, noise mitigation you need. In terms of the bigger picture, yeah, I read in the Waka Kotahi evidence that there was no detailed noise modelling for Central Hawke's Bay District currently, and I think I'd actually written down a note here was to maybe suggest we ask them when might that be ready, and could it be ready sooner rather than later? And I think the same applies to Kiwi Rail as well for their network. So in terms of the 100 metres, the other point was, I think Waka Kotahi had suggested that they often like to see like a 40-metre sort of absolute exclusion zone. That hasn't been included in this case, and I think that's appropriate because the 100 metres is the sort of gateway test, so to speak, of whether, and for me, it tells us which ballpark we're in. Are we in the right ballpark or the wrong ballpark? If we're in the right ballpark, what do we need to do to, you know, mitigate any potential noise effects from housing development next to a major road? So it's not terribly complex and not really that expensive either, especially if you're doing, you know, anything more than about, you know, 10 or 20 houses in a subdivision. So I think the 100 metres is still a good yardstick to use. Does that answer your question?
It does.
Just following up, are you aware that Kiwi Rail does its own modelling of noise or anything anywhere else in the country?
In my experience, I was doing some work with South Waikato District, and no, they didn't do that there, but they did provide some, if you like, some base noise data in terms of how much noise a train makes at a set distance, so that all you need after that is the number of trains per day, and then you can calculate the noise to the receiving environment. And if I can just go back to my previous answer also, everyone's kind of thinks of the world as like a flat earth, and so you have a road and all the houses are kind of on grade with the networks, and that might be the case in some places, but certainly the reason the 100 metres is useful is because it can allow for analysis of a site-by-site case. So you might have houses 100 metres away, but they're on a hill overlooking the road, in which case there is no sort of noise mitigation you could really apply to the road per se that would reduce the noise levels, because the house is always overlooking the barrier. You couldn't build your barrier high enough. So that's one sort of downside of the approach of trying to put everything on Waka Kotahi. So the site-by-site analysis really is appropriate, in my opinion and experience.
And do you have any comments? There was information in John Stiles' evidence around the costs of insulating buildings to the set standards. Have you got any response to that aspect?
Yeah, I always want to be a bit careful with, you know, throwing numbers out there, especially with the way of building materials and supply and stuff. So you're going to be wrong, whatever number you sort of throw on the table. And like so many things, it all depends on the site, the circumstance, the network, the number of cars, how close you are to what you need to do to upgrade your building. So there's a lot, you know, I mean, 12 months ago, there was a few variables. Now there's just a lot more variables in terms of what you can actually, you know, the supply of materials and the cost and so forth. So, yeah, I'd be reluctant to throw out a single number, and it does very much depend on a site-by-site analysis.
Are you saying that it would be impracticable and not feasible to do a real cost-benefit analysis for Central Hawke's Bay because of all those variables?
Oh, to do one for the whole districts there?
Yeah, on this 100-metre corridor, the impacts of it, which is what it's being said.
Yeah, well, I mean, Waka Kotahi could presumably, well, we'd like to think maybe make it a priority for their detailed noise modelling for the district. That'd be nice. Whether or not they would do that, I'm not sure, and not sure whether that would line up with the plan review process times. And that all that would really do would inform us about the noise levels within, let's say, that 100-metre setback, and that would be useful information. Then, of course, it depends on the particular developer, whether it's Kainga Ora or another private individual or company, whether they're doing, let's say, are they doing single-story, multi-story? There's still a few more variables there to consider about what may or may not be built.
Okay. More questions?
I think Pip's got her hand up. I don't know how to do that on Zoom, but
Yeah, I'm only just learning as well. Just getting back to the aerodrome submitted this morning. So they've requested an increase in the aviation movements, and you've said at 10,000 the noise boundary would need to be increased. What would the maximum movements be allowed before this would need to occur?
yeah, my colleague Steve Peakle is our sort of guru on airports, and so I'd always defer back to him. But in terms of my experience with that sort of work, obviously it's the LDN contour is a function of the type of aircraft and how noisy they are and how many of them fly in your fleet mix. So one Concorde equals, I'm making it up, 8,000 Cessnas doing 4 movements a day, sort of thing. So it's a mix and match. So it's some people like to think of it as a bucket of noise that you fill up with noise, and that's your LDN 50. So the 10,000, if that's something that's come from Steve Peakle's report, is probably just based on the fleet mix as we understand it today, which is, I'm presuming, sort of light aircraft and
No Concordes.
No Concordes, no, it may be, the mix currently. So that's probably what he said is the threshold where the contour would have to expand. I thought, and I'll double check with him, that the aerodrome weren't doing anywhere near 10,000 movements a year. So unless there's some...
It was interesting to see, I think in his report, it said noise boundaries developed with data using historic movements from the airfield. And I think it said somewhere, I haven't got it in front of me at the moment, but if the cost or obligations are, so when they saw that the cost or the obligations were likely to be imposed on them, they reviewed the growth projections down. Sorry, that wasn't very
yeah.
So I think initially they thought maybe 7,500, and they were brought down to 6,500. But 2 submitters now have asked for it to be raised to maybe 10,000. So I'm just wondering, at what level would you have to look at the noise contours?
I'll have to double check with Steve about that. The sort of rule of thumb for this sort of thing is if you double the number of flights or movements, you add 3 decibels. So let's say you had the LDN 50 contour sitting where it sits, you'd need to, based on X number of movements, if you doubled it, that contour would now be the LDN 50 contour. So your 50 would be a bit further out. So you'd need to double, which, that's doubling the number of air movements at the aerodrome would be quite a big change, I suggest, for that type and scale of aerodrome. So when conversely, if you sort of fiddle around with 15%, 20%, in noise terms, it doesn't really make a whole difference. You really need to sort of start doubling numbers to have any real impact on where those contours sit and to shift them
Okay.
with any significant amount.
So we had somebody submit this morning talking to us about electric craft. Where do you sit with that? I mean, obviously, electric cars are a lot quieter.
Yep.
Electric aircraft.
Yeah. Well, I mean, obviously they emit quite a lot less noise, and that would mean you could have a lot more of them. Yeah. So that would be an interesting nuance to have in the rule, which might be 7,500 internal combustion engine air movements, and whether you even put a number on solely electric powered aircraft is probably just over the horizon, excuse the aviation pun, over the horizon for everyone, because it's talked about and might be a little way off yet where we have significant numbers of purely battery or electric aircraft buzzing around.
Okay, thank you.
Damien, just following on that. So with your references to 15 to 20%, speaking to Mr. McGregor this morning, I said to him, we've got the 6,000 versus 10,000. Is there somewhere in between? He was talking about having a bit of wiggle room for future proofing, I think.
Okay.
So if we take this 15 to 20%, if we were of a mind to say provide for 7.5 versus 6.5, would that be a problem from your perspective?
No. And I can say that with confidence. That's only 10-15% difference. So that's that wouldn't be an issue.
And have you? I did ask this of Mr. McGregor. He's going to hopefully provide us some information about electric planes and things like that. He seemed to think that they'd be a good 10 to 15 years away. One of the questions I had was, could we, as part of being sustainable and clean and green, could we incentivize the use of them by excluding electric planes from the movements numbers, and would that have potential negative effects on noise?
Look, I think it would be something you could sort of give. It's like a concession that I don't think would cost either the council. It wouldn't cost the council anything in terms of creating more noise. So I don't see there's a lose scenario there. And I think that Mr. McGregor's right, 10 to 15 years, and it principally comes down to safety, doesn't it? It's taken us how long to get electric cars, and we don't let that we don't let them drive autonomously yet. In terms of planes, I think them dropping out of the skies, significant safety hazard, and I think they're going to have to be really seriously tested internationally before we have private individuals or anyone, in fact, routinely using them the same way we use the aircraft at the aerodrome.
Just a final question, and understanding that we'll probably bring you back to have a conversation with us, with the experts or without them. Was there anything in particular in the evidence, etc., that made you reflect and think that you'd like us to ask questions with Waka Kotahi and Kāinga Ora specifically? Anything that leapt out at you?
To be honest, no. And as we discussed earlier, that the two positions are reasonably well known, or entrenched is probably a bit unfair, but they've both got their perspective, and they're obviously having these conversations throughout the country at all plan review processes. And I think maybe Mr. Stiles or Kāinga Ora talked about an environment court hearing that is either underway or going to be underway, and that may well inform decisions by yourselves or other councils for their plan review, if that's appropriate.
Oh no, keep going if there is anything. Feel free to tell us. But
no. I think again that you know, they've made their positions reasonably clear. Probably the only thing that I've seen other councils do is suggest that submitters provide, by way of track change documents, how they'd like the rules written.
Yeah.
Just in case, you know, some of those things may be adopted or modified or rejected, then it's all sort of clearly tracked in a document form, rather than having council staff having to extract, if you like, meaning from evidence and put it in a document. It's better if the submitter puts that in the track changes version of the plan.
Okay.
And then there can be no interpretation, you know, concerns.
Okay. Thank you.
Good, nice, good point. Any questions? I've got a couple. Mr. Starr suggested that in terms of the modelling and noise level contours, the emphasis should be on defining the extent of the effect in urban areas, which raises a question to me, looking ahead, whether it's, you know, if we were to agree with going all up to a point that the emphasis of the district plan on this issue would be on the urban areas as opposed to the rural areas, given lot sizes and the like. Interested in your opinion about that.
Yeah, that's sort of getting right down to the nitty-gritty of it. I think in the officer's report rightly pointed out that, well, sorry, going back a step, this is really about, is the noise reasonable or unreasonable? And then we get into, you know, RMA section 16 and 17 discussions. But as the section 42A report pointed out, you know, under the RMA, you know, cars on the road are exempt from noise limits and plans, and providing they operated under the Land Transport Act 1979. So basically operated, you know, normally and not hooning around. So in that regard, you'd say that cars on the road are, because they're exempt in that regard, then how can they make unreasonable noise, providing they, you know, used in a sort of a typical manner. So it wouldn't trigger the sort of threshold for being unreasonable, any one car or any group of cars. So I think because, you know, the community is invested in using the roading network in urban areas simply to get around, the noise from cars on the roads is accepted as part of daily life. I think it's really when cars, you know, speed limits above 50 kilometres an hour, so 70 and 100 kilometre an hour speed zones, that's probably when you get significantly more noise, and conversely, and also potential for more effects. Right. So, you know, urban areas where you're travelling around at 50 kilometres an hour shouldn't really be of any concern.
Thank you. And one other question for me. There's a little bit of criticism in Mr. Styles' evidence around the use of standard around vibration, ISO 4866201. I'm just interested in your views about the ability for people to use something that costs money to buy and probably needs an expert to interpret anyway.
Yeah, I think the cost of the standard is the cost of the standard. There's, you know, all of the standards that we've referenced, you know, cost money to buy because it's a user pay system for the development of New Zealand standards. So none of those are free. Obviously, the RMA is free online because it's a government thing, but all New Zealand standards are subject to user pays. So I'm not quite sure why the vibration standard was seen as specifically, you know, important to be raised in that way. Certainly, the wider issue with vibration standards is that there is quite a number of them to choose from, and some deal with the human response to vibration, some deal with damage to building structures and so forth. There isn't sort of one vibration standard that deals with everything, and maybe not the way all acoustic consultants would like to see it. But we have made in the plan the sort of ability whereby if a standard isn't the most appropriate one for that particular case, that a case can be made to use another standard. So it's not just simply has to use ISO, whichever that standard was. There is, it's not a catch-all, but an ability, if you're, got a specific case that needs consideration of something, then, and, council understand, accept that, then you can use another standard. So that's already in the proposed plan.
Thank you. Questions? Questions? So just to clarify, you're okay to stay on Zoom to listen to the thing through to 4:30?
Happy to, sir, yes.
Thank you very much. Okay, it's 2:40. Do you need a moment to cancel this? He's gone.
He just left his chair. Turn his camera. Damien.
Can you hear us, Damien? Just grab the water. You're on mute.
Oh, fantastic.
We're just going to ask you if Steve Pico would be available at 4:30.
Yep, I'll try and contact him now.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Okay. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you. And we can see Andrew and Stephen there. Welcome to the hearing. Thank you for your patience. We've had a copy of your speaking notes here, but we will leave it to you to do the speaking. And then open to questions and what have you. And hopefully you and most of your support there can listen into Kaingaora's submission after this.
Yes, we're all available.
Oh, cool, great. So thank you. Over to you, Natasha.
Okay, well, thanks everyone. I'm Natasha Reid from Waka Kotahi, New Zealand Transport Agency, and I am one of the principal planners based in the Central region in Palmerston North, and I'm leading the response to this district plan review. And so what I wanted to do was just introduce my colleagues who are supporting me, and to give you a bit of an overview on our strategic functions and whatnot. So I will start. So I'm attending this hearing in support of our submission on the matter of noise, and to provide the strategic overview of Waka Kotahi's operations and statutory responsibilities, and how this resource management issue affects them. So I have with me up on the screen here Mr. Andrew Salisbury from WSP, and he can answer any questions you may have about his planning evidence. I also have on the screen joining me Dr. Stephen Childs. He is an acoustics engineer and is acting as Waka Kotahi's noise and vibration specialist. Dr. Childs is here to support me with any technical noise questions you may have. He can also answer any questions you might have on the noise contour modelling that was raised in the evidence submitted by Kāinga Ora, which I'll address soon.
Thank you.
Okay, so to provide some context, I refer you to the Land Transport Management Act, the LTMA, which requires Waka Kotahi to exhibit a sense of social and environmental responsibility when meeting its statutory obligations and undertaking its functions under the LTMA. So we seek a gradual reduction in health and amenity effects implemented as new activities are established or existing activities are altered near the operational state highway network. This outcome aligns with Toitu Te Tau, which is our sustainability action plan, and that document in turn implements the government policy statement on land transport. So to achieve these outcomes, will in turn assist regulatory authorities achieving part 2 of the RMA. And you'll do this by providing for the use of natural and physical resources in a way which enables people and communities to provide for their health and safety, and also the maintenance enhancement of amenity under the RMA. It is acknowledged that the Kāinga Ora noise expert, Mr. Stiles, and Waka Kotahi's noise expert both agree that there can be health effects from road noise that need to be managed. So this does not appear to be in dispute from the noise experts. Rather, it's how to manage it. So we consider that managing health effects from road noise is a shared responsibility between us and adjacent land users. Territorial authorities also have an important role to play in ensuring that planning instruments appropriately acknowledge and address the issue. So Waka Kotahi addresses the issue by investing significantly in design, construction and ongoing maintenance to minimise the effects of road noise. But look, it's near impossible for Waka Kotahi to internalise all noise from our existing roads where a new noise sensitive activity is established. And even if we could do this in most areas, these measures would not remove the need for land use controls for new and altered sensitive activities. There's also significant practicable issues associated with Waka Kotahi undertaking retrospective mitigation. So for example, retrofitting acoustic barriers such as a noise wall is limited by available land, ground conditions, and also by gaps needed between the barriers for property access from state highways. Acoustic barriers, for example, can also create potential visual dominance and shading issues and require ongoing maintenance costs. They may also not be effective for buildings or that are more than one story and may cause adverse visual effects in townships. Speed limits are another way of reducing noise, and these already apply through Waipawa and Waipukaro. In contrast, however, locating and orientating a building on a site or the installation of acoustic insulation, for example, a simple, practicable, readily achievable and cost-effective method for protecting new noise-sensitive activities from the noise effects of existing state highways. We have a guide called the Management of Effects on Noise-Sensitive Land Uses Near to the State Highway Network, which was reviewed by Dr. Childs. Now, this guide recognises the social, economic and health benefits of managing interior working and living environments located near state highways. The guide notes that the management of noise is a shared responsibility and it's not there a burden just on developers. So what the guide talks about is that we are responsible for managing noise effects from new and altered roads. We achieve this largely through designation conditions, and that landowners and developers are responsible for managing the noise effects when they choose to establish their dwellings and buildings adjacent to existing state highways. The setbacks proposed by Waka Kotahi and agreed to by council, so I'm talking about the 100-metre setback, it doesn't prevent urban development, but simply requires mitigation to address the potential health effects on the sensitive activities that are seeking to establish adjacent to existing state highway corridors. Now, just regarding the noise contour modelling referred to in Mr. Stiles' evidence, look, we agree that a modelling approach, which would then result in a contour on your planning maps that shows the extent of where the noise rules apply, is preferable. We absolutely agree. Waka Kotahi has commissioned nationwide modelling, and our noise contours will soon be available for the central Hawke's Bay region. Unfortunately, at the time of our submission and evidence and the hearing today, those contours are yet to be available, but we are hoping to get them later this year. But I note, however, that in many areas, our proposed 100-metre setback is shown to be reasonably accurate in some townships where the modelling is complete. So in summary, Waka Kotahi supports rules requiring noise mitigation in the proposed district plan. And look, we're all here to take any questions. Thank you.
Okay. I'm just wondering whether we do what we did with Damien Ellerton just before, and just maybe give Stephen a chance to respond to any specific matters arising in Mr. Stiles' evidence in particular that he may wish to comment on. I know I'm putting you on the spot there, Stephen, but
thank you very much for the opportunity. So there's a large degree of agreement between Mr. Stiles and myself. We both refer to the same World Health Organization evidence of the effect that the issue at hand. So that we're both referencing the same evidence base, and John can speak for him, Mr. Stiles can speak for himself, but to my knowledge, there's no disagreement that there is an adverse health effect on people that's occurring. So then Mr. Stiles, there's a lot of material in his evidence asserting that Waka Kotahi should be doing things to the network to address that effect rather than having land use controls. And the main point I'd make is that a lot of those matters that he's potential mitigation measures that he's bringing up, a lot of them aren't practicable, and they wouldn't, even if you did all of them, you'd still have a health effect that warrants land use controls. But even if they were practicable, as Ms. Reid just said, the funding required is astronomical. So I've been involved in a national study looking at costs of retrofitting barriers in areas of really high exposure in a limited number of places, and it's hundreds of millions of dollars just to do the highest exposure. But to do the exposures we're talking about throughout the district, that's a orders of magnitude more. So it's really on a national level. It's not practicable to put all of the state highway network in tunnels so that you can then have unrestricted land use around the network. And I think there's sort of an inference you could draw from Mr. Stiles' evidence that, oh, if only Waka Kotahi maintained its network properly, then this wouldn't be an issue. It would be an issue unless you had a radically different transport system. So that was I think that was the main sort of issue, and then everything else is sort of there's a whole lot of sort of points of detail through there, and I'm happy to pick off anything in particular, but I probably not a good use of the committee's time for me to go through those one by one now.
Okay. Just in response to the question I asked of Mr. Ellerton around that the focus should be on urban areas, and his response was, and I'm paraphrasing here, because the lower speed limits in urban areas, that may not be the appropriate approach. Lower speeds, lower noise emissions. What are your thoughts are?
Yeah, certainly. So the health effect that the issue at stake is the health effect on an individual, and that's equally applicable whether that individual happens to be living in a rural area or an urban area. So in terms of the health effect on an individual, if there's a certain noise exposure, then that warrants control through the new building, whether that's urban or rural. So in terms of the health effect, I see no rationale for differentiating the two. in terms of the road and the traffic characteristics, they vary between rural and urban, and the spread of noise from the road varies. But for a given noise exposure, you should have the same response. If we did have the contours generally become smaller through the urban areas, because as the speed limit drops, often you get different surfaces in the urban areas, and the buildings down the sides of the road will provide some screening. So when we do draw contours, they tend to squeeze in a bit through the urban areas, but the need for controls for a given exposure remains the same.
Thank you. If it's okay, Natasha, I'll open up to broader questions from the panel. Although, Andrew, is there anything from you in particular do you want to respond to at this point? Sorry, we'll unmute you. It's all right. It's under our control.
There we go. Kia ora tātou. I don't have a lot to add to what Stephen and Mr. Reid have said. I have read through the planning evidence of Kaingaora, and I'm still of the view that the provisions proposed by the council are still the most efficient and effective means. There's nothing in there that warranted a change in my views on my position. Ideally, in an ideal world, that modelling would be available to this committee and to the proposed plan change, but we just don't have that available. So, in my view, those controls proposed are the best means, and I certainly don't believe we can rely on the internalisation of effects and having no provisions in the plan for Hawke's Bay. So that's all I wanted to add.
Okay, thank you. Just a quick question from me, and I may just open it up to broader questions. If we were to agree with the evidence of Kaingaora and decided to recommend pulling the 100-metre limit standards and things from the plan until the contouring is done, and maybe with KiwiRail, what I'm saying is, are the current provisions, in your view, enough or sufficient to act as a good management tool in the meantime, or what are the risks of pulling it out of the proposed plan until that contouring information is done, et cetera, et cetera?
I'm happy to answer that. So the Building Act, you got the Building Act, which requires some internal insulation, but from what I understand from Mr. Childs is that that's not sufficient to protect health effects from road noise. So if we didn't have that provision there, there's no huge pot of money that's going to be spent on the local infrastructure highways to mitigate the noise effects in that short term in between now and the time that Wakatahi manages to get a private plan change in to introduce those contours. So in the interim, there's going to be potentially could be health effects if a new that can't be easily mitigated if a new residential sensitive activity in any of those zones, Central Hawke's Bay, comes up the next wee while until those proposed plan comes to effect, which can be, as everyone knows here, can be a long time period, it can take a couple of years.
Thank you. I may just ask for all of your team, Natasha, to be unmuted, and then I'll open up to questions from the panel.
Double checking something. Apologies if I've completely misstrued the zone portion of this, but Wakatahi has, say for example, State Highway 5, where the speed limit has been reduced to 80, and they're looking through that speed restriction or through their network, State Highway 2 from Hastings to Dannyburg, which passes through Central Hawke's Bay, and also State Highway 50 may be subject to this in the future. Does any of this, there was a lot of concern on State Highway 5 about engine braking on hills because of that new restriction. Do you see any issue with that in the future for us with this as it stands now?
Shall I I'll talk to that from a technical perspective in the first instance, and then maybe Ms. Rowe can add to it. So I have absolutely no knowledge as to what speed limit changes are in the pipeline for this district, so I can't talk to that. In terms of the effect it has on noise, so a change from 100 to 80 might reduce the noise by a decibel or so. If that change had happened before you come to build your house under this new rule, the noise S3, then you would design to that new environment with the 80 km/h speed limit instead of the past 100 km/h speed limit. So if you had been notified that it was going to happen, then you could design to a future situation if it was known that was going to exist by the time the house was completed. So that's the first part of the question, I think. And then the second part around the engine braking and the unintended consequences of a reduced speed. So I've not come across that particular example of engine braking noise occurring from the reduction in speed. Generally, a reduced speed limit will reduce engine braking. So the engine braking, where the trucks are having to alter speed from 100, and then as they come to a road feature and they've got to reduce the speed down, the bigger the differential, then the more likely you are to get the engine braking noise. So if the maximum speed only gets as far as 80, then you shouldn't have that big differential requiring as much braking. Regardless of that point, audible engine braking isn't necessary for trucks. It occurs when trucks either have defective silencers or inadequate silencers, and both of those matters can be controlled and enforced by the police under the land transport rules. It's something that often doesn't get the attention it deserves, but there's a separate mechanism to deal with essentially rogue vehicles. And I think Mr. Ellerton sort of made a similar reference to the land transport rules. So the rules we're talking about in the plan today, they're to deal with the general noise from the average vehicle flow, be it going at 80 or 100, assuming everyone's driving lawfully without defective silencers. If there are particular noise issues, they should be picked up through a different legislative route.
Yeah, just a couple of points. Mr. Salisbury, in your statement at 6.4, I think Reid, you referred to it, the guide to the management of effects and noise land use near the state highway. If we don't already have it, can we get a copy?
Yes, I can. Oh, sorry, Stephen. I can send your administrator the link. It's on our public website. It can be a little tricky to find. I've actually saved it to my desktop, so I'll fire that through. Would you like it right this second, or?
No, it's just if you could just provide it after this.
Okay.
In 6.5, the noise guide, and you talk about the example case studies in terms of the Auckland area. Haven't got the modelling. Would I be optimistic to ask if there was any case studies that might be comparative to the Central Hawke's Bay available somewhere within the archives?
That might be a question for Stephen, Mr. Childs.
Was this references to Mr. Stiles' evidence, or?
No, this is Mr. Salvy's 0.5 of Mr. Salvy's statement of evidence. He talks about case studies.
So just explain, Stephen. I've referenced a study in that noise guide, the Mokotei noise guide, that is about an Auckland region study, and it explains that the health effects from noise they demonstrated through that study the health effects from noise is a real thing in the Auckland region, and the question is, are there any similar studies that can be applied to a region like Mokotei, Central Spatial Council?
So the evidence of the effect in terms of if there's a certain noise exposure, the health effects that has on people in terms of sleep disturbance, cardiovascular issues or annoyance and so forth. So that evidence arises from a very large number of international studies, and there is a New Zealand study, as you say, with data captured primarily from Auckland, which verifies that the New Zealand population generally has a similar sensitivity to the international population. And as I say, these are large averages. To my knowledge, there isn't a specific study looking at the sensitivity of different populations around New Zealand, whether there's fundamentally different responses to environmental noise. To the best of my knowledge, looking at the international database, which has been pulled from a very wide range of different circumstances, the general health exposure response functions should still apply in this district the same as any other district. The thing that we do to tailor to this district is obviously the noise exposure is different on the different characteristics of different roads, and the rule that's proposed would relate to the actual exposure next to the actual road in this district. So you wouldn't design your house next to State Highway 2 in this district, assuming the same noise exposure next to State Highway 1 in Auckland. You would look at the actual traffic and the actual speed and the actual road surface, and either through a simple prediction or a measurement, you'd use the actual exposure to determine the treatment of the house.
Moving along, 6.6. Personate treatments and others are common means of noise sensitivity, and that they're commonly used in district plans throughout New Zealand. Can you send us some examples?
Yes, we've got a list of someone's done a review, we could say, of all the councils throughout the country, and my understanding is it's more than half have got similar rules requiring noise treatment within a certain distance of state highway. So I'm sure Hawke can prepare that and send it